the Babe. George Herman Babe Ruth set the baseball world on its ear in the 20s. Then suddenly Roger Maris in the 60s, hitting 61, followed by McGwire in 98 with 70, and tonight Barry Bonds zeroing in on 71. It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Pac Bell Ballpark in San Francisco, Fox Sports Net 2 presents the Dodgers as they take on the San Francisco Giants. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Friday night to you. Welcome to Pac Bell in San Francisco. You know as well as I do what's going on, but make sure you keep things proper perspective. First of all, the Dodgers are up here trying to beat the Giants. They're not trying to beat Barry Bonds. The Dodgers are trying to punch a hole in the Giants' effort to survive either as a wild card or as a division champion. So that's the main objective. And everywhere we've gone, people ask the same question: are they going to pitch to Barry Bonds? And they will pitch to him if they have to, but they're going to try and beat the Giants. We'll get to the starting lineups. We'll have it all coming up right after this.
Checkup, booster shot, and lollipop, $110. Ouch! Your brother's turn, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For back-to-school stuff, there's MasterCard.
So, as you can see, no one is to use the cable modem between 3 and 10 p.m. These are peak usage hours, and it moves slower.
Oh, when can we use it?
Good question, Greg. Barbara.
Okay, from now on, you go to bed at 5 p.m. and wake up at 1 a.m. to avoid cable modem slowdown. Greg, your slot is from 1 to 2. Cindy, you've got 2 to 3.
Hey, 2 to 3?
Yeah.
There is a better way to get online. DSL Internet from SBC Pacific Bell. We're on it.
Get $10 off for 3 months.
Save now at Good Guys Home Run Sale with savings on great electronics gear just in time for the World Series and football season. Better brands, better models, and more options than the other guys. And sale prices and savings throughout the store. Save on this Yamaha and Polk Audio complete home theater package, only $7.99. This Sony 32-inch Trinitron Vega flat screen TV is now only $8.99 and make no payments and pay no interest until 2003. Sale prices store-wide at Good Guys Home Run Sale. Better stuff, fiercely competitive prices. Good Guys.
Other light beers have their place. We just don't recommend drinking them. Amstel Light, the beer.
Somewhere out there, your team is taking the ice. And you can be there, coast to coast. Now Sports in Demand brings your team home. With NHL Center Ice on digital cable, you can choose from up to 35 out-of-market games a week. Call now to lock in your $20 early bird discount. You can either fly to a different city every night or pocket the airfare and get NHL Center Ice. The clock is ticking on your $20. Call now.
Now at Good Guys Home Run Sale with savings on great electronics gear just in time for the World Series and football season. Better brands, better models, and more options than the other guys. And sale prices and savings throughout the store. Save on this Yamaha and Polk Audio complete home theater package, only $7.99. This Sony 32-inch Trinitron Vega flat screen TV is now only $8.99 and make no payments and pay no interest until 2003. Sale prices store-wide at Good Guys Home Run Sale. Better stuff, fiercely competitive prices. Good Guy.
.com.
You're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
Fox Sports Net 2 presents Dodger Baseball, brought to you by Pennzoil, protection under the toughest driving conditions. By Gatorade Thirst Quencher, Gatorade, is it in you? And by Craig and Auto Parts, where we say you can do it. We're here to help. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you, wherever you may be. We're at Pac Bell, needless to say. And unless you've spent the entire season in Vladivostok, you know what's going on here just as well as we do. It's the Giants and the Dodgers. It is Barry Bonds. It is some of the greatest names in the history of the game. All of it on the line. And we can also say that Arizona is leading Milwaukee 5-0 in the ninth inning. And right now the crowd standing for our national anthem.
And you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave.
The recording artist Sakai singing our national anthem. As you can well imagine, a full house here at Pac Bell. The Giants pretty much sold out all year long, and there didn't figure to be an empty space in the house to see, A, whether the Giants can either catch Arizona or catch Houston in the wild card, or can the Dodgers wreck their plans and or stop Barry Bonds. So right now, the exchange of lineup cards at home plate, Jim Tracy and Dusty Baker, and here's the way the lineups go. It'll be Mark East Grissom, followed by Mark Rasolanek, and then Sean Green, so the G-men are there. Gary Sheffield, Paul LaDuca, and Adrian Beltre. With a left-hander, Sean Estes on the mound. That means Jeff Rebele is the shortstop. As always, with Chan Ho Park pitching, Chad Kruger will be behind the plate. The cynosure of all eyes will be Barry Bonds with his 70 home runs. Interestingly enough, at least going into the game, the Dodgers have been able to keep him relatively quiet. This year, Bonds is hitting .140 against the Dodgers. He does have 3 home runs, 5 RBIs, and 13 walks. And for Bonds, of course, the question that we've heard all over town, will the Dodgers pitch to him? And that question comes up because of the problems he had even getting a strike to hit when they were in Houston. So Bonds trots to left field. We have a minute. We will check the Giant lineup. The Giants have split 6 here at home against the Dodgers. They will have Marvin Bernard in center field, Rich Aurelia at shortstop, Barry Bonds in left field, and Jeff Kent hitting cleanup. Then Andres Galarraga at first base, John Vanderwall in right field, Benito Santiago, who along with Mark Gardner were the recipients of the Willie McCovey Annual Award. Santiago behind the plate. Then you'll have Pedro Feliz at third, and the left-hander Sean Estes on the mound. As Sean Estes tunes up, he has a record of 9-8. He is 0-1 against the Dodgers this year, and 3-7 lifetime. The Dodgers saw him way back on April the 6th. They ripped him for 4 home runs and beat the Giants that day 10-1. Then the next time they saw him was the 17th, and that was here, and he pitched very well, allowed only 2 earned runs, but did not get a decision. That was a memorable game against Terry Adams, the game when Barry Bonds hit his 500th home run. The next time the Dodgers saw Sean Estes would be back-to-back, the 26th of June, no decision, allowed 5 earned runs in 6 innings, including 4 runs in the first, and July the 2nd, when he went 3 1/3 and gave 5 and had a very wobbly start, and they had to come and get him. So Sean Estes hoping to pitch a good one tonight, and of course there is a lot on the minds of the Giants besides Barry Bonds. The Cardinals are leading Houston 1-0, and they are now in the 7th inning. And of course for the Giants, although the odds are against them catching Arizona, they certainly have a golden shot at the wild card if Houston continues to take a header, and the Astros have lost 6 in a row. So Barry Bonds is ready, the Giants and the Dodgers are ready, and here we go. A simulcast for the first 4 innings, and the batter is Marquise Grissom. Estes into the windup, and the left-hander deals, and Grissom slices one foul off first and out of play. Another wonderful record has been tied tonight, and it happened in New York at Shea Stadium against Montreal. New York's Lenny Harris had a pinch hit single in the bottom of the 5th inning, the 150th career pinch hit, tying the Major League record set by Manny Mota. Strike 1 pitch coming up to Marquise Grissom. Big curveball in for a strike, and the count 0-2. Grissom struggling with the bat, especially since the beginning of May, and has really hit the skid, so trying to finish up the year, making some contributions. The next pitch to him is fouled away. Marquise Grissom is hitting 125 on the road trip. However, he has hit well here at Pac Bell, but on this trip he has 2 hits in 16 at-bats. So Grissom hitting only .219. Estes looks in to get a sign. Now the left-hander ready, and the strike 2 pitch, fastball fouled away again. So Sean Estes, the left-hander, 28 years old, from San Bernardino. He throws pretty hard. He can get that fastball where it rises about 95. He also throws one about 88 miles an hour. That is a very heavy ball and a very good sinker. So Estes looks in to get a sign. Grissom waiting, and the strike 2 pitch on the way, low and inside, ball 1, 1-0. Because of the two-seamer, the sinker that he throws, Estes has been one of the highest ground ball as opposed to fly ball ratios in baseball, and usually does not get bothered too much by home runs. This year he's allowed 11. And there's a ground ball base hit into left center field, so Grissom tries to get the Dodgers started in the right direction. So with Marquise at first, the batter will be Mark Grasolani. Naturally, if you have studied baseball history, and especially if you have studied the great Giant-Dodger rivalry, since moving to the coast, there are 2 particular years. In 1982 at Candlestick Park, Joe Morgan hitting a 3-run home run against Terry Foster on the final day of the season. That eliminated the Dodgers. In the final series of the year in 91, the Giants took the first 2 games to knock out the Dodgers. And in 1993, the Dodgers returned the favor. In 93, Mike Piazza hit 2 home runs. The Dodgers pounded the Giants 12-1 and eliminated a Giant team that had won 103 games, and Atlanta won the division title. So a runner at first, nobody out. Grasolani at the plate. Estes' fastball is low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Grasolani has really been banged up. Bad thumb, bad middle finger, but no hand surgery. Badly sprained ankle. They're going to re-examine that when the season is over. And a very, very touchy hamstring. 1 ball and no strikes. Grasolani hits one into right center for a base hit. Grissom to second and holding as Vanderwall gets it in. So the Dodgers trying to go after Sean Estes, and right away. First and second, nobody out, with Sean Green, Gary Sheffield, and Paul LaDuca coming up. Rich Aurelia coming in to say a few words along with Benito Santiago to Sean Estes. Estes last year was number 1 in ground ball double plays. He had 40 of them, and when in trouble you can expect him to stay pretty much with the sinker. Born in San Bernardino, lives in San Francisco, and Estes now facing Sean Green, who is not 100%. He tweaked an ankle the other night, and it showed yesterday. First pitch to Sean, off the plate, 1 ball and no strikes. Green was thrown out standing up, trying to score from second base on a ground ball single to center yesterday. He would have scored on that play 99.9% of the time, but the ankle slowed him down. The 1-0 pitch is lined to center base hit. Grissom will be stopped at third, and just like that, the first 3 Dodgers come up with base hits, and that puts a chill on the enthusiasm of the crowd, at least for the moment. So bases loaded, nobody out, and the batter will be Gary Sheffield. And Dave Righetti says, just a minute, let me go out and talk to my man. So the pitching coach for San Francisco, who of course in his heyday with the Yankees, among other things, pitched a no-hitter against the Boston Red Sox, even started Game 2 of the World Series in '81 against the Dodgers. So they know Righetti and he knows them. And Dave trying to give Estes a little bit of a pump here as Gary Sheffield will check in. Gary Sheffield is hitting over 400 against Sean Estes. No home runs, but a .412 batting average. It is a final score. Arizona has beaten Milwaukee 5-0. The Cardinals are leading Houston 1-0 in the 7th inning. Estes at the bell, Sheffield waiting, and the first pitch, a big curveball in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Sheffield, 35 home runs, 94 runs batted in. He's also grounded into 12 double plays, and the Giant infield is back. 0-1 to Gary. Estes comes back inside with the fastball, and the count 1-1. So the Dodgers trying to get the drop on Sean Estes. Gary Sheffield with 7 grand slams, the last one last year against the Florida Marlins. So the Chef waiting at the plate, and the pitch high and away, ball 2. Gary batting .308 along with the 35 home runs and the 94 runs batted in. Dodgers are only 2 games above 500 on the road. The Giants are 18 games above 500 at home. 2-1 fastball is whistled into center for a base hit. Grissom will score. Grassolonic will come to the plate and score. And the Dodgers jump out to a 2-0 lead on 4 consecutive hits. So Sheffield, a base hit and 2 runs batted in to give him 96. And I mean, he drilled a knee-high fastball into center. Mark Gardner will get up and begin to throw hurriedly in the Giant bullpen. So the Dodgers trying to do what they came up here to do, beat the Giants. Bases were loaded on Sheffield's single. Now the Dodgers have runners at first and second and nobody out, and Paul LaDuca at the plate. Estes set, Sean deals, and that's fouled away out of play. LaDuca hitting .500 against Sean Estes. So Sheffield hitting about .450 against him, and now he gets another guy giving him a bad time. LaDuca, 8 for 16. Paulie with a little 4-game hitting streak and batting .320. 25 home runs, 89 runs batted in. Estes out of his stretch, set, looks back at second, now works LaDuca, and a breaking ball is up. A throw to first, it gets away from Galarraga, and over to third goes Green. So Sean Green moving over a notch on that throw that went off the glove of Andres Galarraga. We'll wait for the official scoring. But the Dodgers now first and third, nobody out, 2 runs in the bank, and leading 2-0. Remember, talking about Estes, back in early April, the Dodgers scored 7 times and beat the Giants in that game 10-1. Sean lasted only 4 innings. Estes, another look at the runners at the corners, and the 1-1 pitch to LaDuca, and that's inside at the hands, ball 2. And this crowd is really restless now. Grissom single to center, Grasolonic single to right center, Green single to center, Sheffield single to center for 2 runs, and an error advancing Green to third, and it'll be charged to Galarraga. Now the 2-1 pitch is swung on, a fly ball to left field. Green tagging. Under it is Barry Bonds to make the catch, and he's going to throw it into second base so Green can jog in easily. So the Dodgers, on the scoring fly ball by LaDuca, suddenly have a 3-0 lead. Only 1 out, and the batter, Adrian Beltre. So 3 runs on 4 hits and an error, and Beltre checking in, batting .268, 13 home runs and 58 runs batted in. Sheffield at first, 1 out. Estes at the belt. Sean decides to go to first. Sheffield back on the bag. Estes has a pretty good move, although Sheffield has been successful this year. He's stolen 9 out of 13. So Beltre with the open stance, waiting on the plate, hitting .400 against Estes. Sean ready, left-hander's fastball is a strike at the knees, and the count 0-1. Jerry Lane, Ed Montague, Tony Randazzo, and Paul Schreiber are the umpires, and Beltre and the Giants. 0-1 the count. Out of a stretch goes Estes, and the strike 1 pitch, that's high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jerry Lane behind the plate figures in the Dodger history book. He was the plate umpire for Fernando Valenzuela's no-hitter. 1 ball and 1 strike to Adrian Beltre. Estes again set. A look over at Sheffield, and the left-hander ready and deals. Big curveball, broke it off nicely, and the count 1-2. So 4 singles, an error, and a scoring fly ball, and the Dodgers leading 3-0 here in the first inning before a packed house, as you can well imagine. Beltre waiting, 1-2. Estes making him wait. Now Sean ready with 1 out, and the pitch to Beltre is a fastball foul back. Earlier, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours ago, the prevailing wind was blowing from right to left and pretty strong. Right now it has died down, and little more than a zephyr out there, as indicated by the flurry of the flags. And although we can't see them out there, I'm sure there is a veritable armada waiting for Bonds. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Adrian Beltre, and it's a fastball that almost hit him. That turned him around, and the count 2-2. Beltre's been nailed by a pitch 5 times so far this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Adrian Beltre. 3-0 Dodgers in the first. Sheffield inching off the bag, held on by Galarraga, and the 2-2 pitch to Adrian Beltre. Estes ready, the left-hander deals, big breaking ball, but not enough break on it, way out of the zone, and the count 3-2. McCovey's Cove is certainly occupied by boats of all kinds, and they patiently wait in the dark. 3-2 the count to Adrian Beltre. Estes set, will watch Sheffield, he's not going, and the pitch is strike 3 called on the inside corner. Beltre tied up on it. Estes made a big pitch and got him. So Beltre is caught looking on a pitch that just did catch the inside corner. Good fastball. And 2 down in the first inning, and the batter will be Jeb Rebele. So Estes lifts the spirit of the crowd a little bit by striking out Beltre. Dodgers 3 runs and 4 hits in the inning, and Rebele checking in. Estes has been working hard. He's made 25 pitches already. Left-hander ready and deals. Rebele takes a strike. Jeff hitting .263, 3 home runs, 22 RBIs, and playing short over Alex Cora against a left-hander. The Dodgers are 7 games above 500 against left-handed starters, only 2 above 500 against right-handers. Strike 1 pitch, and that's a breaking ball way inside. For the Dodgers, of course, predominantly a right-handed lineup with the exception of Shawn Green. And so right-handers have given them a tough time all year. Estes out of a stretch. And the 1-1 pitch to Jeff Rebele is instead a throw to first. Sheffield diving back to the bag. They tell me that on Sunday here in San Francisco they had a heat wave. Anything but, however, now fog, gray skies early morning. Burned off a little bit, but it's cool in the ballpark right now. 1-1 pitch on the way. A breaking ball, but that's up. Ball 2. That's one of Estes' problems. He has not shown a good curveball at all. And with that fastball, the Dodgers just been able to meet it, especially the first 4 hitters. 2 balls and 1 strike to Rebele. Estes' fastball is fouled back out of play, and the count 2-2. They are now in the 8th inning in St. Louis. Houston won and the Cardinals won. And to repeat, Arizona has put Milwaukee away 5-0. And of course for the Giants, certainly their hope, the wild card, they are 2 back of Houston. 2-2 the count to Rebele. Estes at the belt. Sean deals. Fastball inside. Ball 3. He tried to make the same pitch to Rebele that he made to Beltre, but it was up a little and a little too much inside. So 3-2 the count to Rebele. Of course, Estes knows the Giants can produce runs in a hurry. They've hit 231 home runs this year. Now the 3-2 pitch. Sheffield goes, and it's going to be hit into left center for a base hit. Over to try and cut it off is Marvin Bernard, and Hoffman will hold Sheffield on a long double by Rebele. So Sean Estes has been roughed up now for 4 singles and a double. And here comes Dusty Baker, and Estes is finished. So for Sean Estes, who is 3-7 in his career against the Dodgers, and they just combed him here in the first inning. And a downcast left-hander leaves with the Dodgers leading 3-0 and looking for more. And we'll be back.
Diamonds, the gift that lasts forever. The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin imports all their diamonds direct. They carry thousands of diamonds, most GIA or EGL certified, and all the guaranteed lowest prices. 1-carat solitaires start at $5.99. The Jewelry Exchange makes all their jewelry in their state-of-the-art factory and has hundreds of rings, pendants, earrings, and bracelets. Only the Jewelry Exchange in Tustin guarantees all their jewelry to a price for at least double, that's right, double the purchase price. Buy factory direct and save. The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin.
That's your new Kia Sophia?
Yep, just got it.
Well, I love my Toyota Corolla. I just got AC installed.
AC came standard with ours.
Power windows, power locks.
Standard and standard.
Does a 5-year warranty come standard?
No.
Figures.
But a 10-year warranty does. Plus, we got $2,000 cash back, which means we paid about $2,500 less than you.
Oh my gosh, honey, are you okay? Waiter?
Hurry in and get $2,000 cash back on the 2001 Kia Sophia, now through October 31st.
Once again, Lowe's is improving home improvement, because Lowe's is the only place you'll find a complete line of Olympic premium paint with its amazing one-coat coverage, the same Olympic that's been famous for its stain for over 70 years. And Lowe's promises you get the lowest possible price every day, guaranteed. Olympic Heritage, Lowe's low prices. That's improving home improvement. Lowe's is the official cash donation site for the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund.
This pitching change is brought to you by Jiffy Lube. If it's been over 3,000 miles since your last oil change, go to Jiffy Lube. It only takes minutes and you never need an appointment.
Here at Pac Bell, we're in the first inning. The Dodgers have scored 3, and with 2 out, they have runners at second and third, and the veteran Mark Gardner coming in. Gardner, 39 years old, born in Los Angeles, lives in Fresno, has had a lot of troubles, including a shoulder problem. But the biggest problem in his life, his wife has been seriously ill. And he was just about ready to give it up, but the family convinced him to come back and try it. And here he is relieving in the first inning. Gardner, 4-5, but he's only been in 21 games. And he has an ERA of about 5.5. So Gardner will walk Chad Kreuter intentionally. They don't want any part of the number 8 hitter, and they'll try and get out of the inning against Chan Ho Park. So Kreuter gets the intentional walk, and in a moment, Chan Ho coming up. Park, as you know, is a reasonable pitcher with the bat in his hands. He does have 9 hits and 2 RBIs this year. So Chan Ho Park with a chance to really help himself. He'll be coming up with the bases loaded and 2 out. And the Dodgers leading the Giants 3-0. So Mark Gardner trying to ride to the rescue of a beleaguered Sean Estes. Gardner basically nibbles because he doesn't have overpowering stuff. But, of course, you don't want to nibble against a pitcher, so we'll see if he goes right after Chan Ho Park. He's also a very good fielder. So Mark set at the belt, right-hander ready, and the first one in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Fastball, and then a big breaking ball, a big curveball if you're up there trying to hit him. Chan Ho choking up on the bat, way up on the bat, just trying to make contact and hit it somewhere. 0-1 the count. Gardner looking in, and Santiago asking for time and goes out to talk to him. The big thing about Gardner, and the Giants will tell you, he is the consummate competitor. So Mark Gardner, who signed a 1-year deal for $2 million and an option, the team's option, for next year. Mark straightens up with the bases loaded, and the strike one pitch fouled away. So he has Chan Ho Park where he wants him. 0-2 the count. If you joined us a little late, Marquise Grissom singled to center. Mark Rasolanik singled to right center. Sean Green singled. That loaded him up. Sheffield singled in 2. LaDuca's fly ball picked up another. And now a little dribbler foul up along third base. And the count remains 0-2. Of course, everybody in the ballpark is here not only for the rivalry, not only to see whether the Giants can either catch Arizona or survive in the wild card, but this place will just come to a stop, and at the same time it'll be the noisiest stop when Barry Bonds coming up third in the bottom of the first inning. All right, Park waiting. 0-2 the count. Gardner with the bases loaded delivers, and it's hit foul down the right field line in the lower deck. So it's still 0-2. So Chan Ho trying to make contact and hope. He has struck out a little less than a third of the time, and that's pretty good for a pitcher. No balls and 2 strikes. Sheffield, Rebele, and Kreuter all out on the lines waiting to be picked up. The outfield playing shallow. And the strike 2 pitch, breaking ball flared to right, coming up in a hurry, and it is going to drop in front of Vanderwall. 2 runs will score. Going to third is Kreuter, and the Dodgers lead 5-0 in the first inning. So a pop fly single into right field. And going all the way to third is Kreuter. And for Chan Ho Park, he has as many RBIs in this swing as he had all year. Little pop fly single to right. The oldest expression in baseball, it'll look like a line drive in the box score. So the Dodgers leading 5-0, and a sign of the times, they will bring a windbreaker out to Chan Ho Park. 5 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, nothing across for the Giants. Arizona winning its 92nd game tonight, so they are finishing up in high style, winning 4 in a row. Marquise Grissom takes inside, ball 1. He becomes the 10th batter to come to the plate here in the first inning. Grissom led off the game with a line drive single to center. Now the 1-0 pitch on the way. Gardner delivers, and that's popped up for what should be the third out in an agonizing inning for the Giants. The catch by Kent, but for the Dodgers, they hang a high five. Barry Bonds will be due up third, 5-0 Dodgers.
We salute the American spirit.
We pledge our allegiance to the flag.
We will stand with our fellow airlines.
We vow to continue.
We will keep America flying.
We will rise.
How can I afford to fix the car with food prices so high?
Actually, we get a lot of first-timers here. Mostly they want help with oil changes, basic maintenance, you know.
I never tried doing any of this myself until now, and I'm surprised at how much I can save. Makes a difference.
Yeah, you can do it. We're here to help. Just pick up the phone.
For the best service and the low price guaranteed, shop Kragen.
Ask about our complete line of Ray Bestis brake products to help you get the job done right. You can do it. We're here to help.
Let's do it.
These guys don't look so tough.
Heads up.
I got your back. On your left.
Go, go, go.
I'm hot, baby.
Time to go for a spin.
Gatorade. Bring your game to life.
I'll take the big guy.
Which big guy?
The Dodgers give Chan Ho Park a 5-run cushion to lean on here in the first inning. And for the Giants now, they are faced with some very, very tough assignment. First of all, Arizona has shut down Milwaukee. So for the moment, they're 2.5 in front. But the Giants are just about out of it now as far as the Western Division. They are still very much alive in the wild card, depending upon what happens in that Houston Cardinal game. And, of course, to the delight of the Dodgers, they are trying to dim the lights here tonight, and if they have to, again tomorrow and or Sunday. But there is a particular light that's going to be shining all weekend, and that's the one emanating from Barry Bonds. So Chan Ho Park, with a record of 15-11, when you break it down, very, very effective at Dodger Stadium, 10-4, and very shaky on the road with an ERA of almost 4.5. So 10-4 at home, 5-7 on the road. And when you break down his lifetime record against the Giants, he is 7-7 at home, 5-2. Up here, 2-5. So a 5-run lead has to really give him a boost as he tunes up, getting ready for Marvin Bernard, followed by Rich Aurelia, and then Barry Bonds. The Giants, as we said, can score a lot of runs. They have hit 231 home runs. That's tops in franchise history. And any ball club that can go to the long ball that well, you can understand, among other things, why, with Bonds and Aurelia and Kent, they have won 15 of the last 25 home gun and 29 of the last 45. So they are particularly tough here at Pac Bell. Another note on Barry Bonds, he has 5 career home runs against Chan Ho Park. But right now, it's Marvin Bernard. Bernard hitting .262, 15 home runs, 44 runs batted in. Chan Ho's first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Bernard started off very, very slowly this year. Dusty didn't quit on him, and he came back well following the All-Star break. He takes a breaking ball for a strike, and the count 0-2. Marvin, who was born in Nicaragua, raised in Bell, California, and since the break, hitting .327. And now Chad Kreuter, with the count no balls and 2 strikes, wants to go out and talk to Chan Ho Park. And I wonder if Chan Ho didn't hurt his back. And he is bending down, and immediately here comes Jim Tracy and Matt Wilson. Remember, Chan Ho Park has had some problems stiffening up. He also had an Achilles problem in one game. Neither pitch that he threw to Marvin Bernard had any velocity to it. We thought that was all part of the style or manner in which he would address Bernard. But obviously, he was not 100%. And now stretching the back and trying to loosen up. It was a long first inning, remember. 10 Dodgers went to the plate. Chan Ho Park had a base hit and also was standing at first base. And so it is questionable as he rubs. He's rubbing just below the belt and on the right hip. So they're going to allow Chan Ho Park a chance to throw. His last pitch to Marvin Bernard was a big curveball that just blooped in. And he did not really have a good follow through and seemed to be a little bit stiff as he walked behind the mound. So now Jim Tracy standing aside and watching him, and Matt Wilson. So we'll just wait and see. Chan Ho's now going to make a pitch from the stretch and throws a reasonably good fastball. So Tracy is saying, "You all right?" Okay. So it is 5-0 Dodgers, but the starting pitcher apparently not 100%. So Chan Ho continues to try and stretch even before making his next pitch to Marvin Bernard. In looking at Chan Ho's work, Chan Ho Park against Marvin Bernard. Bernard has 2 home runs and a .250 batting average against him. Rich Aurelia on deck has 7 hits and a home run, but only a .212 average against Chan Ho. Bonds, hitting .270, has 5 home runs against him. Chan Ho ready and deals, and the pitch is high, and the count 1-2. Well, there's no one throwing in the Dodger bullpen, so it's not as if the Dodgers felt that he could not continue. Chan Ho obviously convinced them that he could. 1-2 pitch is a ground ball foul outside of first, snared by LaDuca, and the count remains 1-2. Dodgers got 5 in the first inning. They hung a 5 on the scoreboard, and Chan Ho Park trying to hold on to it. Chan Ho Park pitched against the Giants on the 7th of April. Went only 5 innings, gave up 4 runs, but the Dodgers got him 10 and won the game. Bernard fouls it back. Then he pitched again here, gave up 5 runs and lost the game. Came back and pitched here again in June, gave up 3 runs and lost, and then pitched against the Giants on the 5th of July at Dodger Stadium, allowed only 1 earned run and won. So Chan Ho ready. And the 1-2 pitch to Marvin Bernard is swung on and missed, and down goes the center fielder. So 1 out on the strikeout, and now Rich Aurelia coming up. And Aurelia having an incredible year. Naturally, he is being overshadowed by Barry Bonds, but Aurelia has his name in the books. He has 200 base hits this year. He joins Willie Mays and Bobby Bonds, Barry's dad, as the only former Giant to come up with 200 hits. So Aurelia hitting .326 and has put away 36 home runs, 95 runs batted in. Chan Ho Park goes after him with a fastball for a strike. And that, of course, is a point that the very modest Aurelia always makes. He said, "I get good pitches to hit because they don't want to see Bonds and Kent with me on board." Strike 1 pitch to Aurelia. Hard ground ball gobbled up by Belton. Adrian across to LaDuca in time. 2 down, and now the first of many appearances on the weekend of Barry Bonds, getting a standing ovation from the crowd. Bonds with 70 home runs. There is one untimely note for the Bonds family. His father, Bobby Bonds, had been with him in San Diego and in Houston, but his dad is not here for the weekend. Bobby Bonds conducts a golf tournament in Connecticut, and I assume it's all for charity, and Bobby is there, so he's not going to be able to see his son in what could be Barry's finest moment. and again now facing Chan Ho Park, and he has 5 home runs against him. The Dodgers put up a picket fence on the right side. Rebele, Grassolonic, and LaDuca. Beltre's all alone between second and third. And the first pitch from Chan Ho Park. Right-hander ready and deals, and it's off speed and away, ball 1. This was thinking today, God bless America, and that girl on the phone might very well have gotten a ball for all we know out there. But I was thinking the front page of the paper here in San Francisco, headlines that the president was giving $320 million in aid to Afghanistan. Under that was another big headline about that poor Russian jet that exploded and all those souls going down into the Black Sea. And over in the left, there was a big picture of Barry Bonds and his 70th home run. All right, Jeff Kent is up there now. Chan Ho delivers a strike, and the count 0-1. So now that Bonds has done it, that part of the show is over with. The Dodgers will now try to concentrate on flat out beating the Giants as Kent takes inside. And of course for the Giants, they will try to come from behind and stay alive for the wild card. 1-1 to Jeff Kent, batting .300. Park ready and deals. Fastball golfed at and missed, and the count 1-2. Kent 22 home runs, 103 runs batted in. I was kind of hoping, to be honest, that if Bonds hits his 71st, that it would be after the simulcast. Kent lifting a fly ball to shallow center. Marquise Grissom comes in and makes the catch for the out. Because I always remember the television critic who wrote Vin Scully did his finest by not saying anything. But unfortunately, it was radio as well as TV. And at the end of an inning, 5-1. Dodgers.
Think your mechanic can handle a transmission? Think again. For a job done right, guaranteed, at a price that's right, call 1-800.
Body shop? For the Fix Auto location nearest you, call 1-800-INFO-FIX.
We Americans are going through a tragic time. We all have painful emotions following these hideous events. Here are some ways to get through this time of crisis. Please ask for help if you want it. Avoid repetitive viewing of the terrible images. And do something. Donate money, donate blood, volunteer. For more information, contact your local American Red Cross chapter or visit our website. Together, we can save a life.
You're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
Dodgers leading the Giants 5-1. Barry Bonds has hit his 71st home run. Interesting thing about Barry Bonds, too, he changes bats after every home run once he hit 500. And when asked why he would change the bat after hitting a home run, he said, "My godfather, Willie Mays, told me he wished he had kept mementos during his career that he just gave up. So every time Barry hits a home run, he does not use that bat again. So he must have a collection of 71. The big thing, of course, for the Giants will be, what do they do with Barry Bonds? Do they sign him to a multi-year contract or not? But that is not relevant tonight. And the pitch to Mark Grassolonic off the plate, ball 1, 1-0. Grasolonic single to right center field in the first inning. Mark Gardner delivers and gets the outside corner, and the count 1-1. What's amazing about Barry Bonds, he's going to be the first player since Ruth to have a slugging average of 800 as Grasolonic hits one foul down the line. In fact, Barry Bonds came into this game tonight with a slugging percentage of .848. I mean, that is out of this world. He'll be the first besides Ruth whose slugging and on-base preferential percentage combined would be more than 1,300. And his on-base percentage, if you add it to .848, is way over 1,300. So he is just going to have the greatest year of any individual player in the history of the game. Grasolonic fouls it away. The greatest year that Ruth had was not 1927. The greatest year he had, his highest slugging, on base, etc., was 1920. And Bonds will probably pass him. Also, he's going to be the first player, well, since 1957, to have an on-base percentage of over 500. Grasolonic fouls another one away. Who were the players who had an on-base percentage of 500 since before 57? Mickey Mantle and Ted Williams. So it's a big night, at least for one individual. Meanwhile, the Dodgers throwing about their work trying to beat the Giants, and they lead 5-1. Gardner in relief of Sean Estes. Right-handed deals and drops a breaking ball outside, and the count 2-2. Boy, can you imagine how Barry's dad must feel after all of the other home runs? He misses the big one for a golf tournament. 2-2 pitch is in there. Strike 3 call to Grasolonic. So Gardner comes in, gets Grissom to end the second inning. Now strikes out Grasolonic. And the batter now, Sean Green. Big, slow curveball that just dropped in there. So Gardner walked Kruder intentionally. Park got that flare single to drive in 2. Then he got Grissom. Now he gets Grasolonic, and here's Green. And Mark delivers, and that's sliced down the left field line and in the corner. Bonds chasing it, and Green running easily into second base and jogs into the bag with a stand-up double. So Sean Green with a single and a double, and listen to the ballpark. And I mean, it's packed. But the Dodgers have certainly let all the air out of the balloon with 5 in the first. The crowd went bananas, and that figured when Bonds hit the home run. And now Green trying to regain the momentum for the Dodgers, doubles to left. And for Sean Green, another extra base hit. So he's having a big year in that department. He has 30 doubles to go with his 48 home run. Gary Sheffield takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Sheffield with a base hit up the middle to drive in 2 in the first inning. And we'll check and see his work against Mark Gardner, hitting only 143 against him. He looks at a slow breaking ball, and that's low, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. With that 143 batting average, he does have 1 home run against Gardner. 5-1 Dodgers, top of the second inning. Game 1 of the 3-game series. Gardner leaning on his left knee to get his sign. Now straightens up. And the 1-1 pitch is swung on. A little flare. A broken bat single into left center. Here comes Green to score easily. And the Dodgers take a 6-1 lead. So Sheffield breaks his bat, gets a fly ball single, and drives in his 3rd run of the night. So the Dodgers will take it any way they can. Though a double and a single, and the batter will be Paul LaDuca. Ball dropping in no man's land. Bonds overran the ball, but Sheffield was content to stay at first as Marvin Bernard picked it up. So now Gary Sheffield with 3 RBIs has 97 for the year, and Paul LaDuca climbs in against Gardner. Mark ready and deals, and the pitch is high. Ball 1, 1-0. 6 runs and 8 hits for the Dodgers, and we're only in the second inning. On deck, Adrian Beltre. LaDuca waiting. Sheffield is short lead at first, held on by Galarraga. A look over there by Gardner, and there goes Sheffield. The pitch is off the plate and no throw. So Gary Sheffield gets such a big jump, Santiago doesn't even try. And for Sheffield, he has now stolen 10 out of 14. Gardner winding up, really. So that was a bad move by the veteran right-hander. 2 balls and no strikes to LaDuca. Gardner set, ready, and delivers, and LaDuca hits it towards right center. Going back to get it is Vanderwall. Tagging up is Sheffield, and he'll jog over to third. And with 2 out, the Dodgers will try to pick him up with Adrian Beltre. Meanwhile, in that Houston Cardinal game, Lance Berkman has doubled to score Craig Biggio. And the Astros take a 2-1 lead, top of the 9th inning against St. Louis. Adrian Beltre caught looking at strike 3 in the first inning. On deck, Jeb Rebele. Gardner looks over at third, comes to the plate. It's swung on and foul back, and the count 0-1. For Gardner, he does not have a wild pitch. We always look that up with a runner at third. 0-1 the count to Adrian Beltre, hitting .267. Gardner just leaning in, reading Benito Santiago. Right-hander set and deals, and the fastball is low and inside. Hit the dirt, in fact. So a new ball put in play, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. The Astros settle for that 1 run. So they go to the bottom of the 9th inning in St. Louis. Houston 2 and the Cardinals 1. Remember, Houston and the Cardinals 1 game in front of Houston. Fastball to Beltre is hit in the air to left center field. Bonds on his horse to the track, signals he'll catch it, and he does, right near the 382 sign. So a long out for Beltre, but the Dodgers get 1, and at the end of an inning and a half, lead 6-1.
I'd been waiting for a day like this. A day when an all-in-one wireless plan would make things simple for people. The Sprint PCS Total Digital Connections plan is here. It brings all the best features together: clear calls, nationwide long-distance voice command, and wireless web. Thanks, boy. And now it's my job to tell the world.
Total Digital Connections plan, only from Sprint PCS.
Save now at Good Guys Home Run Sale with savings on great electronics gear just in time for the World Series and football season. Better brands, better models, and more options than the other guys. And sale prices and savings throughout the store. Save on this Yamaha and Polk Audio complete home theater package, only $7.99. This Sony 32-inch Trinitron Vega flat screen TV is now only $8.99, and make no payments and pay no interest until 2003. Sale prices store-wide at Good Guys Home Run Sale. Better stuff, fiercely competitive prices. Good Guys.
Jiffy Lube Signature Service. It's complete car care, featuring Pennzoil and Quaker State products. Does your car get it?
Sushi delivery, $16. Mariners jersey, $130. 2 lattes, $8. 28 stadiums down, 2 to go, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Preferred card and devoted fan of Major League Baseball.
Say, friends, if you've ever thought about joining the exclusive Dodger season ticket family, now's the time. Get the best locations for 2002 Dodger season tickets by calling the season ticket hotline at 1-800-6-DODGER today. Well, it is 6-1 in favor of the Dodgers, bottom of the second inning, and after the Dodgers had a 5-run first, the question was answered. Would Chan Ho Park pitch to Barry Bonds? The first pitch was outside, ball 1, and the next pitch, Bonds hit it into the center field seats for home run number 71. Brings up a lot of interesting points about would they or would they not pitch to a guy on his way to a record. Andres Galarraga takes inside, ball one. One year, many, many years ago, Chuck Klein of the Philadelphia Phillies was leading in the home run derby. Galarraga swings and misses 1-1. And a giant, a great giant by the name of Mel Ott was one back of Klein. The 1-1 pitch is taken inside. And the Giants went to Philadelphia, and the Philadelphia pitchers walked Mel Ott intentionally 5 straight times in a doubleheader. Pitch fouled away, and so Chuck Klein won the batting crown as far as home runs are concerned. Now you think, well, that's an American thing, but no. Take a trip to Japan. Sadaharu Oh is the home run champ over there still. But a couple of years ago, Randy Bass came within one of getting Sadaharu Oh's record and tried to do it against Oh's team, a team he manages. Galarraga takes high, ball 3-2. Oh ordered his pitchers not to pitch to Bass to protect his home run record, and sure enough, Randy Bass failed to tie Sadaharu Oh. And wouldn't you know, the same thing happened again this year. 3-2 fastball fouled away, so Galarraga is still up there. Tuffy Rhodes, an outfielder you may remember, played briefly in the National League. Tuffy playing over in Japan this year, and he was right there to catch Oh's record. And his last game was today, and we understand Tuffy Rhodes went 0 for 4. 3-2 pitch, and Galarraga pops it up, back of first, down the line. A trio of dodgers, gonna be trouble. It's gonna drop. And it's scrambled down there, and Galarraga's into second base with a pop fly double. Well, that'll wake up the crowd a little bit, and the batter will be John Vander Waal. So it is not only Barry Bonds and would they pitch to him. It was also years ago with Mel Ott trying to catch Chuck Klein, and Randy Bass and Tuffy Rhodes over in Japan. But at least over here, the issue was settled in the first inning. So Galarraga, a pop fly double, and the batter, John Vander Waal. Dodgers leading 6-1 in the second inning. Vander Waal, the left-hand hitting right fielder, batting .269. He has 14 home runs, 70 runs batted in. Chan Ho deals, and the pitch inside, ball 1-0. On deck, Benito Santiago. Chan Ho Park, right foot on the rubber, looks in to get a sign. Chan Ho trying to win his 16th and trying to get over the 500 mark against San Francisco. 1-0 the count. Chan Ho, another look back at second, and a high fastball, ball 2. Wayne Gomes goes down to the Giant bullpen, and naturally if they get down to Gardner's spot, they would have hit for him. So Gomes begins to loosen up, and meanwhile Vander Waal up there, 2 balls and no strike. Chan Ho looks into Kruder to get a sign. Now the right-hander ready, and the 2-0 pitch low and inside, ball 3. The Chan Ho, who showed signs of physical discomfort in the first inning, gave up the home run to Bonds, got Kent, now gives up a fly ball double to Galarraga, and behind 3-0 to Vander Waal. Chan Ho ready, and the 3-0 pitch, that's down the pipe, and the count 3-1. Looking at Chan Ho Park's work, Vander Waal hitting .286 with a home run against him, and meanwhile Jim Tracy watching Chan Ho's every move. Park is set. 3-1 pitch is a pitch inside, ball 4. So even though he has a 6-1 lead, when Chan Ho is on the road, things get a little rocky. And now first and second, nobody out, and Benito Santiago coming up. Benito Santiago hitting .222 against Chan Ho Park. And as we mentioned earlier, the highly prized Willie McCovey Award was presented. Co-winners this year, Mark Gardner and Benito Santiago. Santiago has been a hot hitter, especially the last week. hitting over 340 for the year, batting .264. And Chan Ho delivers off speed, a bunt shown, but that's all, and it's ball one. That pitch was up, and to be honest, there wasn't very much on that pitch. So Chan Ho takes a walk, 1 ball and no strikes. Again, Chan Ho Park bends at the waist on the grass behind the mound and now gets up on top. So he is sending messages, certainly, to everybody in the ballpark that his back is bothering him. 1 ball and no strikes to Benito Santiago. Chan Ho Park ready, looks at the runners. 1-0 pitch is high, ball 2, 2-0. And the Dodgers get a little restless in the dugout. And going out to the mound is Chad Kreuter to find out what's up. So 2-0 the count. There's no one throwing yet in the Dodger bullpen, but the way he is pitching, he's going to get in trouble. And Jim Tracy checking the lineup card, figuring out who would be coming up, who would pinch hit for the Giants for Gardner, and Jim talking to his pitching coach, Jim Colburn. So 2-0 the count. So a fly ball double, a walk to Vanderwall, and he's behind 2-0 to Santiago. Pedro Feliz on deck. All right, out of his stretch goes Park. A 2-0 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Santiago actually went after ball 3, so that was a break for Chan Ho Park. So 2-1 the count to Benito Santiago. Santiago, 36 years old, has made a remarkable comeback. Among other things, not only fighting age, but he had been in a terrible automobile accident, and he's done remarkably well. 2-1 to Santiago. Park is set, checks the runners. Chan Ho comes back, and that's high, ball 3. So he's 1 pitch away from loading him up, and by rights, if Santiago had not swung at the previous pitch, the bases would be loaded with nobody out. The 3-1 the count to Benito Santiago, and immediately now everybody in the park knows that Chan Ho's got something wrong, and the Dodgers are going to run down and get somebody ready in the bullpen. 3 balls and 1 strike to Santiago. Chan Ho set, looks at the runners. Here he comes, fouled away, 3-2. And the first pitcher up is Al Reyes in the Dodger bullpen. So Reyes just now beginning to warm up and in a hurry. Reyes the other night had to really push himself and tried to go 3 innings, went 2 2/3, and the Padres caught up to him for 3 runs in the 9th inning. He couldn't quite make it for 3, and now they get him up early here tonight. 3-2 the count to Benito Santiago. Santiago has struck out about 3 times more than he walks, and the pitch is swung on line to left. Sheffield is there to glove it, and the runners have to hold. So Santiago, a line drive out, 1 down, and Pedro Feliz coming up. And of course, we'll see about who comes out of the Giant dugout to bat for Gardner, thinking that way because Gomes is still throwing in the bullpen. So Pedro Feliz coming up with 2 on and 1 out. Feliz, 24 years old, from the Dominican Republic. He was a non-drafted free agent signed by the Giants. And the pitch to him, a big chopper to shortstop, and dropped by Rebele. The throw is laid at second, and everybody is safe. Rebele had a perfect double play ball, and in his haste to make the throw to Grassolonic, he came up empty for a huge error. And if ever somebody needed a little help from his friends, it was Chan Ho Park, who was again bending and trying to touch his toes on the grass behind the mound, and Chad Kreuter is out there. So a big error by Rebele, and the bases are loaded. 1 out. Eric Davis, who will retire from the game on Sunday, is coming up. Davis has 11 grand slams, and a great player who was hobbled by injuries, then had to fight his way back from cancer, and now finally, after a long and distinguished career, this will be the end for him on Sunday. So Eric Davis, who at one time played briefly for the Dodgers, coming up to bat. And the error by Rebele, of course, gives the Giants a tremendous chance to get back in the game and wake up the crowd. And so Jim Tracy is a rare manager who has an uncomfortable 6-1 lead. There isn't anything that Chan Ho has done so far that would make the manager rest. And of course, as we know, Chan Ho has a problem with his back. So here is Eric Davis. Felice at first, Van der Waal at second, Galarraga at third, Chan Ho from a stretch. And the right-hander ready and deals. Davis takes a strike. Final score in St. Louis. Houston, who looked like the best team in the league 10 days ago, then turned around and lost 6 in a row. Turned around now and just beat the Cardinals. So the Astros of the Cardinals are back in a wild card tie. Strike one pitch on the way, and Davis a half swing and strike two as he tries to hold up. 0-2 the count to Eric Davis. Davis, to complicate matters for him this year, has had a bad shoulder. He has struck out 3 times as much as he has walked, and batting .205, and yet with all of that, still a very dangerous customer here with the bases loaded. 1 out. Chan Ho Park said a look at second. Now the strike 2 pitch, fastball off the plate. 1-2 the count. That might have been a pretty good pitch from Park, showing some signs that maybe that back is starting to loosen up. Davis backs out. Now Eric back up to the plate. Chan Ho head down, scraping at the dirt around the mound, and now looks into Kruder for a sign. Galarraga, Van der Waal, and Felice all out there on the lines. And the 1-2 pitch to Eric Davis. Chan Ho Park delivers, line drive down the left field line in the corner. Fair ball. Not only 1 run, but 2 runs. However, someone has touched the ball down there. The ball is dead, so stopping at third is Felice. He would have scored otherwise. So Chan Ho Park has now given back 3, and the Dodger lead is 6-3. But of course, for Chan Ho, he's got to think if Rebele makes the play, he might have been out of the inning. Pitch knee high out over the plate, and Davis promptly doubles into the left field corner. So Chan Ho has been anything but convincing, and he's in trouble again. Now Jim Colburn has gone out to the mound to see what's going on. Chad Kruder is out there, and the plate umpire Jerry Lane goes out, and Colburn making a trip to find out, I'm sure, hey, are you all right or not? Whatever Colburn said, Chan Ho said yes, then he nodded his head yes. Meanwhile, Dusty Baker came out and talked to third base umpire Paul Schreiber, now talking to the plate umpire Jerry Lane. So the Dodgers led 5-0. Then Bonds hit a home run, number 71, to make it 5-1. Dodgers led 6-1. Chan Ho has given up 2 here in the second inning, and the Dodger lead is suddenly 6-3. And almost just as important, the crowd has gotten back into the game. The 4 umpires are now holding a meeting. I'm sure Baker is thinking that Felice should have been able to score on the double by Eric Davis. I'm sure that would be the discussion. And yep, he's going to be allowed to score. And now Jim Tracy's going to go out and say, wait a minute, how come? But he is coming in. So Davis doubles in 3. And it is 6-4 in favor of the Dodgers. The crew chief, Eddie Montague, talking to Jim Tracy. From our vantage point, you can't really see down in that corner because the stands jut out. You can barely see the base of the foul pole, and that's all. So Jerry Lane and Ed Montague. Of course, Montague was the first base umpire And on television, we can look down in the corner, a fan reaching over as the ball hit just fair. One fan couldn't get it. Another one gloved it, juggled it, and dropped it. And Sheffield finally came over to pick it up. And Baker wins the argument as Felice scores. In the umpire's judgment, Felice had already gotten to third base. So the Dodgers now have seen a 5-0 and a 6-1 lead suddenly shrink to 6-4. And with Davis at second, Bernard bunts, but it's foul. Grabbed by Kruder in the count, 0-1. So Eric Davis, a 3-run double on a no-ball, 2-strike pitch after a huge error by Jeff Rebele on a double play that would have ended the inning without a run. So the Giants, all they have to do is look out in right field. They know Arizona won, and they know Houston beat the Cardinals. Here's the strike one pitch coming up. Chan-Ho deals, ground ball down to Rebele. This one he comes up with it and throws to LaDuca, and LaDuca had to come off the bag to make a tag. So Rebele is having his problems over there at shortstop, and that was a nice play by Paul LaDuca. So two routine ground balls, but Jeff kicks one and almost throws the other one away. Now 2 down. Rich Aurelia is the batter, and of course Barry Bonds is out on deck. So Rebele's error has allowed 2 more hitters, and Aurelia will be the third to come up. So Chan-Ho is now in a battle. It is 6-4. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Jeff Williams gets up, the left-hander, to join Al Reyes, and the pitch to Aurelia low, ball 1-0. 6-4 Dodgers, but it's a very shaky 6-4 lead. 1 ball and no strikes. Aurelia grounded to third in the first inning. Hits a hard ground ball. Beltry kicks it, catches it back in the fly, and throws to LaDuca for the out. So Bonds will be coming up, but leading off instead of people on base. And at the end of 2, 6-4 Dodgers.
BMW X5, another ultimate driving machine.
Once again, Lowe's is improving home improvement, because Lowe's is the only place you'll find top choice lumber, prime grade lumber with 4 clean sides that fit together like a dream. So you'll spend less time looking for wood that'll last for generations. And Lowe's promises you'll get the lowest possible prices. Every day, guaranteed. Top choice quality. Lowe's low prices. That's improving home improvement.
Lowe's is an official cash donation site of the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund.
Honey, did you get paper plates?
The last time you faced Mark.
You got ice, right?
Ice. Short trips really beat up your engine, but Pennzoil with Pure Base is formulated to protect against the harshness of everyday driving. We can't change the way you have to drive, but we can protect you from it.
What kind of steaks did you get?
That's gotta hurt.
Stop and go. Protection from Pennzoil.
Get a case of Pennzoil motor oil at participating Napa Auto Parts and receive a Fox Sports Net barbecue tool set free.
The Last Word, tonight at 11 on Fox Sports Net.
Fox Sports Net 2 presents Dodger Baseball. Brought to you by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab it by the horn. Dodge. And by Gatorade Thirst Quencher. Gatorade, is it in you? Well, the boats are still at sea at McCovey Cove. Barry Bonds has already answered the question about when he was going to hit number 71. He hit it in the first inning, and now we can just concentrate on the ball game. And the Dodgers leading the Giants 6-4. Wayne Gomes roughed up for 4 runs in his last outing Wednesday night in Houston, now coming in and trying to keep the Dodgers quiet. It'll be Jeff Rebele, followed by Chad Kruder, and then Chan-Ho Park. Chan Ho Park did not stay in the dugout after that inning. In that inning, he faced 7 batters. The pitch to Rebele missing for ball 1, 1-0. Jeff made it tough for Chan Ho to get through that inning, and no doubt Park went back to the clubhouse, maybe like the old times, put hot stuff on the back to try and loosen him up. So third inning, 6-4 Dodgers. Rebele doubled in the first inning. Looks at a pitch on the outside corner for a strike, and the count 2-1. Well, Chan Ho is back in the dugout now, so he's giving it a battle tonight. 2-1 the count to Jeb Rebele. Gomes ready and delivers, and the pitch on the outside corner, and the count 2-2. Gomes working on Rebele, then Kruder, and then Park. And for Wayne Gomes, he had spent most of his career with the Philadelphia Phillies. Gomes waiting, now deals Rebele a little ground ball. Charging it is Kent, and makes the play. 1 out. So the Dodgers had all the momentum. They had 5 in the first inning. And I'm sure because they did have the 5, they decided to go right after Bonds, and Chan Ho Park paid the bill. Barry Bonds hit his 71st. Park gave up his 22nd and the 6th that he has given up to Barry Bonds. So that settled that issue. Then the Dodgers came right back with a run to lead 6-1. And Kruder fouls it away. But the Dodgers really opened the door for the Giants on that error on the ground ball by Pedro Feliz that Rebele let get away. If he makes that play, it is still 6-1, and the Dodgers maintaining the momentum. But now this crowd very much in the game, and the Giants got a tremendous lift on that double by Eric Davis on an 0-2 pitch. The next one to Kruder is low, and the count 2-1. Wayne Gomes, 28 years old, out of Hampton, Virginia, 6'2", about 230. Pretty good fastball and a great curveball. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Wayne deals, and the fastball is high. Ball 2, 2-1. Gomes has always fought his control, pitching behind a lot, and that has hurt him. Now the 2-1 pitch, foul back, and the count 2-2. Last year with Philadelphia, he was only 4-6. After Rebele had doubled in the first inning, the Giants walked Kruder intentionally to get Park, and Chan Ho hit a little fly ball dunker into right field. That meant 2 runs, and that's really the difference now in the game, 6-4 in favor of the Dodgers. Kruder in and out of the box. 2-2 the count to Chad. Gomes out of his stretch, the 2-2 pitch. Kruder pulls it foul outside of first down the line, and the count 2-2. 6 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers, 4 runs, 3 hits for the Giants. And we're just really starting. We're in the 3rd inning. It is a typical Giant-Dodger game. It's taken over an hour to get here. Gomes, the 3rd Giant pitcher, set at the belt, and the 2-2 pitch is behind Kruder. Somehow or other, he avoided being hit by it. The natural instinct, you'd back right into the pitch, and somehow or other, Chad avoided it. So 3-2 the count. It was right behind his calves, and he just did get his legs out of the way and did a very good job of not falling down. He lifted his left foot high off the ground, staggered back. So 3-2 the count. Gomes ready, and the 3-2 pitch swung on and missed. So Kruder strikes out. 2 down in the 3rd inning, and the batter will be Chan Ho Park. So what momentum, what crest of emotion the Dodgers had that really shut down this ballpark. They have lost that, and you get the feeling this crowd will be very much back in it with Bonds, Kent, and Galarraga in the 3rd inning. Meanwhile, Park takes low, ball 1, 1-0. Chan Ho with 2 RBIs in the first inning. Takes low again, ball 2, 2-0. Marquise Grissom on deck. It's been Sean Estes for 2/3 of an inning, Mark Gardner for an inning and a third, and now Gomes. And his pitch way inside to Chan Ho. 3-0 the count. The 3 balls and no strikes to Chan Ho Park. Gomes out of a stretch. 3-0 pitch on the way, and that's in there, and the count 3-1. In looking at Gomes to see if he has settled his problems, and the answer is no. His earned run average with the Giants is 7. The pitch to Chan Ho is low, so a fellow who has always fought his control gives up a walk to Chan Ho Park. That can't please Dusty Baker very much, and the batter now will be Marquise Grissom. Chan Ho again getting the windbreaker to try and stay warm over there at first. So in direct contrast, you have Wayne Gomes bare-armed on the mound, and Chan Ho bundled up over there at first. Marquise Grissom singled and popped up. He led the way against Sean Estes. And Gomes delivers, and that's low, ball 1, 1-0. Last year with Philadelphia, Gomes walked almost as many hitters as he struck out, and Dusty Baker's going out to talk to him. Not Rigetti, it's the boss. And the boss has got to be saying, throw some strikes. Timeout. So Dusty has just about reached the mound with his head down, talking to Gomes, and listening is the catcher Santiago, and now Wayne Gomes talking back, and now Santiago gets in the act as well. So Dusty calmly talking, but his head moving a little bit. Same for Santiago. And Gomes says, okay, okay, holding his glove up in front of his face. And Dusty slowly going back to the dugout. 6-4 in favor of the Dodgers. Big giant hitters coming up in the bottom of the third. Chan Ho Park standing at first with 2 out. And of course, considering the fact that his back is bothering him, I'm not sure if the Dodgers are very happy about that walk he just received. So Grissom checks in. Chan Ho Park at first, and Gomes ready and deals. Grissom pulls away, a pitch at his feet, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. On deck, Mark Grasolonic. 2-0 the count. Again, Gomes ready, and the 2-0 pitch swung on and missed, and the count 2-1. Of course, Marquise Grissom is not a contact hitter. He does have 20 home runs, but hitting only .221. He has struck out 105 times. So Gomes trying to put him away and get out of the inning. Wayne is set, and the 2-1 pitch, that's low and inside. Ball 3. 3-1 to count. Gomes a long look in to Benito Santiago. 3-1 pitch to Grissom is swung on, a chopper foul outside of third and down the line, and the count 3-2 with Chan Ho Park returning to first base. The pitching for the series, Chan Ho Park going tonight against Sean Estes. Tomorrow at 1:05, James Baldwin and Livan Hernandez. That telecast will be on Big Fox Channel 11, and of course every Dodger game on Fox Sports AM 1150. Sunday it'll be KTLA Channel 5. Grissom fouls off another one, and the count stays 3-2. Sunday's game, Terry Mulholland and Kirk Reeder. So 3-2 the count to Marquise Grissom, and Chan Ho doing wind sprints over there. Grissom has only walked 16 times. So to walk 16 and strike out 105, you know that he has a lot of trouble. He swings and drives one into left center field. Bernard is on his horse. However, this one is gone. And for Marquise Grissom, feast or famine. Sometimes he strikes out a lot. Once in a while he hits a home run. It's his 21st home run, and the Dodgers have recaptured the momentum and now lead 8-4. But of course, what's got Dusty's dander up, the fact that Gomes walked Chan-Ho Park. The fans out there in center field, left center, throw the ball back, but Baker has to be steaming on the 2-out walk to Chan-Ho Park. So Gomes gives up a big home run, and the batter now, Mark Grasolonic. For Wayne Gomes, it would be only the second home run that he's given up since coming over to the Giants. Right-handed deals, fastball for a strike to Grasolonic. So the Dodgers led 5-0, then 5-1, then 6-1, then 6-4, now 8-4. And Grasolonic trying to save Sean Green a lick, but he hits a little ground ball to Jeff Kent, and that will be that. 2 runs, a big home run by Marquise Grissom, and it's 8-4 Dodgers.
Tonight on the best damn sports show, period. Robert Wald mixes it up with the gang as they take you places no other show dares to go.
You're a sexy man. You look good.
What more could you want from a sports show? Tonight at 11:30 on Fox Sports Net.
It's the state's biggest game ever. De La Salle is the nation's top-ranked team. Long Beach Poly looks to stake its claim to #1. Tomorrow at 7:30 on Fox Sports Net 2.
Think your mechanic can handle a transmission? Think again. For a job done right, guaranteed, at a price that's right, call 1-800-GO-AMCO.
This is not your living room. Here, you don't have to worry about shoes on the furniture or spilled food on the carpets. Here, your kids can get in touch with their outside voices. Dodgers. Being here is everything.
Reserve your 2002 season tickets. Call 1-800-6-DODGER today. Bottom of the 3rd inning here at Pac Bell, and it'll be Barry Bonds, Jeff Kent, and Andres Galarraga. Barry Bonds hitting a 1-ball, no-strike pitch into the center field bleachers for home run number 71 in the 1st inning. With a 5-0 lead, there was no doubt that the Dodgers would pitch. 59 years old, a season ticket holder from Knights Landing in California, up near Sacramento. So Barry has done that. Now let's see. He checks in against Chan-Ho. Once again, the Dodgers load up the right side of the infield. Park out of a stretch, no windup. Comes to the plate and a bullet down the right field line, foul, and the count 0-1. So apparently, Chan-Ho Park's back is bothering him so much that the Dodgers have told him to pitch from a stretch. 0-1 the count to Barry Bonds, who has 6 home runs in his career against Chan-Ho Park, and a big batting average of better than 270. He takes low, and the count 1-1 strike. Dodgers 8, Giants 4. And we're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It is an incredible turn of events to realize the 2 moments the Dodgers have been involved in back-to-back. The 1-1 pitch to Bonds, a towering fly ball to center. Back goes Grissom to the wall, gone. Number 72. It's like batting practice for Bonds against Chan-Ho Park. That's 7 home runs that he has hit against Park. 72 home runs. And again, we go through, although not quite the emotion of 71, at the same time, it's not exactly ho-hum either here. The Giants stay in the dugout and congratulate him upon his arrival. Chan Ho Park getting a new ball. So the Giants try to come back. That makes it 8-5 in favor of the Dodgers. The Chan Ho Park, with a bothersome back, is anything but a lock in this game. And Bonds, meanwhile, looked like it was an off-speed pitch. You know, the thing that's amazing about Bonds, really, when you think about it, for instance, in Houston, he only saw 13 strikes in 14 total at-bats. And yet, even though they pitch in the dirt, they pitch way outside, they pitch over his head, when they do throw a strike, he's ready to rip it. And that is truly remarkable. I mean, after a while, you would think he would say, well, I'm not going to get a good pitch, but nope. He's always at the ready, and when you come to him, it's gone. So Bonds hits his second, and it is 8-5 Dodgers, and Jeff Kent takes outside, ball 1-0. So Chan Ho is really going to have to get his act together to last 5 innings, and of course the question is, will his back allow him to go that far? The 1-0 pitch is a hard ground ball to Beltry, but he stays with it. Fires over to LaDuca in time for the out. 1 away. And in truth, for Chan Ho, he faced Barry Bonds with a 5-0 lead and faced him again with a 4-run lead. And had it not been for the error by Jeff Rebele, it would only be 8-2. But Rebele's error, Giants cashed it in for 3, and so the Dodger lead is 8-5. Now Andres Galarraga had a fly ball double to right field, and Chan Ho's pitch is low and inside, ball 1. Galarraga a double to right and scored 1 of the 3 on the bases clearing double by Eric Davis. A check does Jerry Lane with Ed Montague. Eddie says no swing. So 1 ball and no strikes to the Cat. Big numbers against Chan Ho. Park set and deals, and that's a squirted ground ball down to Mark Grassolonic, who throws him out easily. So Galarraga cues 1, and with 2 down, John Vanderwall coming up. Vanderwall drew a walk in the 2nd inning. So Galarraga grounds out on the heels of Kent's ground ball. The umpire telling Vanderwall to stuff that pocket in. He was hanging out. So Vanderwall waiting, Park from a stretch. Chan Ho deals, and the pitch is strike, and the count 0-1. Watching Chan Ho pitch from a stretch brings back that drizzly night in Colorado when Hideo Nomo pitched from a stretch for 7 innings and pitched a no-hitter. The slippery mound, he just couldn't wind up. Strike 1 pitch on the way to Vanderwall. That's taken high, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Dodgers 5 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, but the Giants 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third. Chan Ho again out of his stretch and then backs off the rubber. Vanderwall with 14 home runs, 70 runs batted in. 1-1 to count. Chan Ho Park comes back, and it's a foul ball outside of first and down the line, and the count 1-2. Chan Ho Park taking a little walk on the grass behind the mound. Sean Green's going to have to retrieve that foul ball down in the right field corner, and he flips it up into the stands. Vanderwall will be followed in the lineup by Benito Santiago. Now Chan Ho ready, and the 1-2 pitch to Vanderwall is fouled back out of play. Chan Ho has given up 2 home runs to Barry Bonds. Well, Barry now has 72. Untimely in a sense, however, to reach such a lofty height and not have his dad here to see it. But Bobby is in Connecticut. He felt an obligation to run the golf tournament. Here's the 1-2 pitch coming up to Vanderwall, and Chan Ho's very high, ball 2, and the count 2-2. Chan Ho now threw that one at 90. Breeze blowing from right to left. Park reading signs. Now he's ready. And the 2-2 pitch to John Vanderwall with 2 out and the bases empty is low and inside, ball 3. No swing as everybody looked down to Paul Schreiber. And Benito Santiago, who lined out to left field in the second inning, on deck. Chan Ho has walked 1. That was Vanderwall. Now he's gone all the way with him again. There are 2 fellas who are bare-chested, and they had 7 on one chest and a 0 on the other. Then they erased that to make it 71. Then they had 72 as Vanderwall throws a walk. Now they're getting ready, and one guy still has the 7, but the other fella now has 3 on his chest. So Bonds will have to go get another one. So Benito Santiago with a 2-out walk to Vanderwall. The Dodgers earlier, remember, had Al Reyes and left-hander Jeff Williams throwing in the bullpen, and Chan Ho trying to get through the 3rd inning with Santiago. Benito hit one right on the button in the 2nd inning, but it was right at Gary Sheffield. Then you had the huge error by Rebele and the pinch double by Eric Davis. And the pitch in for a strike to Santiago. 0-1 the count. Pedro Feliz on deck. Aaron Foltz goes down to the bullpen, and the left-hander will begin to warm up for San Francisco, especially if they can bat for Gomes. 0-1 the count to Santiago, and the next one very high, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. So Chan Ho trying to win his 16th, trying to beat the Giants for the 3rd time this year. Ready to make his 60th pitch, and we're only in the 3rd inning. 1 ball and 1 strike to Santiago. Chan Ho deals, and that's fouled back, and the count 1-2. So Santiago takes a little walk away from home plate for the moment, and Pedro Feliz waiting his turn on deck. Santiago backs out, thinking things over. Over at first base, Vanderwall held on by Paul LaDuca. And now Chan Ho's about ready. Once more out of his stretch. And the 1-2 pitch coming up very high with a fastball, and the count 2-2. There was no kind of a follow through on that last pitch. So you know that his back is not loose. I mean, he let that thing fire and then just kind of backed off a little bit. So 2-2 the count to Santiago. Again, Chan Ho ready. Over with a breaking ball. That's popped in the air foul. LaDuca has a play in front of the Dodger dugout and makes the catch for the out. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 swing of the bat yet again by Barry Bonds to give him number 72. And at the end of 3, 8-5 Dodgers.
Other light beers have their place. We just don't recommend drinking them. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
Who is this? We have your daughter. The #1 movie in America is Don't Get Her Back. Say
You want what they want.
a word. Michael Douglas. Don't say a word.
I'll never tell.
Rated R. Now playing only in theaters.
Save now at Good Guys Home Run Sale with savings on great electronics gear just in time for the World Series and football season. Better brands, better models, and more options than the other guys. And sale prices and savings throughout the store. Save on this Yamaha and Polk Audio complete home theater package, only $7.99. This Sony 32-inch Trinitron Vega flat screen TV is now only $8.99 and make no payments and pay no interest until 2003. Sale prices store-wide at Good Guys Home Run Sale. Better stuff, fiercely competitive prices. Good Guys.
Where'd they come from?
Well, they came out of nowhere, sir, but they're selling bananas at cost.
At cost? Who sells bananas at cost?
They've had over 27,000 hits.
27,000?
My bad, 37,000.
That's it! Someone's getting fired. Where's Nicholson?
There he is,
There he is. Nicholson!
Who are these people?
How many bananas in 15,000 pounds?
45,000.
Want to look like a big company without having to be one? Online office from SBC Pacific Bell. We're on it.
At Amstel, we believe things should be what they're labeled.
I'll have what he's having.
Well, at least a light beer should taste like beer. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
Right now it's time for our Aflac trivia question. Before Barry Bonds' 72 home runs this year, who held the Giant single-season home run record? You have any idea? Well, we'll give you an answer in a little while. By the way, just to show you how this game has changed so dramatically, the Giants this year have now hit 233 home runs, a club record. San Francisco leads the National League in home runs. They have a chance to lead the National League in home runs for the first time since 1972. But here's the kicker. You know how many home runs the Giants hit in 1972 to lead the league? 150. That's all. You want to talk about how this game has changed? Wow. And I think, as we mentioned before, I believe it's something like 12 to 14 players who are playing today who hold the individual club record for most home runs in one year. And there are a myriad number of reasons why. And Sean Green holds off on a change, and it's in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Green single to center, double to left, facing Wayne Gomes, and this figures to be Gomes' last inning. He's over the top, and Green drives one to right center. Deep back goes Van de Waal, and that one is gone. So two can play the game. And Sean Green hits it out. That's the second home run given up by Wayne Gomes. And for Green, he now has 49 home runs. So Grissom a two-run home run. Now Green a leadoff home run against Gomes. And that has to be maddening for the Giants. Every time they think they get back in the ballgame, the Dodgers come right back to add one. So it was 5-0, 5-1, 6-1, 6-4, 8-4, 8-5, and now the Dodgers lead 9-5. And the pitch to Gary Sheffield is low, ball one. A little salt in the wounds. That home run went directly over the sign in deep center that says Bonds 566. Now the 1-0 pitch, and that's in the dirt. Ball two to Sheffield. They'll put a new one in play. Chad Zerbe, another left-hander, goes down to the Giant bullpen. So you know they're going to hit for Gomes if he can get the side out here in the fourth inning. 2-0 pitch on the way, and that's a strike, and the count 2-1. Sheffield single to center to drive in two, broke his bat and dropped a single into left field in the second inning to drive in another. So he has 3 RBIs. He promptly hammers one to left, but it's hooking down the line and foul. And this crowd is mutinous and sullen right now as far as Wayne Gomes. And Sheffield just crushed it, but hit it foul. 2-2 the count. Gomes staring in, Sheffield waiting. Wayne out of his stretch, and the 2-2 pitch, fastball in the dirt. Looked like he tried to get a little something extra on it and threw it in the dirt. Sheffield has not had success against Gomes in the past, just 1 for 6. 3-2 the count. Gomes ready, here he comes, and that's in the dirt. Ball 4. So a home run followed by a walk, and the batter will be Paul LaDuca. And a reminder, stay tuned after the game for highlights of all of today's sports action. We'll present the Southern California Sports Report. We'll have the Dodger postgame report and a lot more. And for all you good folks listening on radio, why, be sure to stay tuned for the postgame show. It'll be coming up right after the game. Right after the game is going to be a while. I mean, the Giants and the Dodgers are playing a most deliberate pace. And Dave Righetti is out to the mound trying to console Gomes, if not just give him some direction. Paul LaDuca had a scoring fly ball and flied to right. LaDuca will be coming up with Sheffield at first and nobody out. Interesting, too, in looking at Wayne Gomes' work in the past against the Dodgers, he had not given up a home run to anyone on the current team. But tonight, he gave up a home run to Grissom, who was hitting 167 against him, and Green, who was 0 for 5 against him. And now LaDuca. LaDuca 1 for 1 against Gomes. Flied to right field in the second inning, and the pitch gets away at the plate, but Sheffield's not about to do any running on that one. Down in the bullpen, Chad Zerbe is joined by Aaron Foltz. So you have two left-handers in the pen. Adrian Beltre on deck. 1 ball and no strikes the count to Paul LaDuca. Wayne Gomes out of his stretch and throws to first. Sheffield diving back to the bag. Dodgers certainly made short work of Sean Estes. Game started. Grissom single, Grassolonic single, Green single, Sheffield single, LaDuca scoring fly ball, and of a good measure, Rebele double. Another throw to first and Sheffield back. Last year, the league ran on Gomes. In fact, they were successful 6 out of 7 times. Tonight, Sheffield stole a base when Mark Gardner kind of went into a windup instead of a crisp stretch. There goes Sheffield, then he stops, and the pitch is low, ball 2. So a pretty good fake by Gary. 2-0 the count to Paul LaDuca. Dodgers leading, having scored in every inning. Dodgers 9, Giants 5, but we're only in the 4th inning. Of course, there were a couple of things to slow down the evening besides the game. There's the 2-0 pitch on the way. There was the awards at the start of the game, supposedly at 7:30. That took a while, as the Willie McCovey Award was given to Benito Santiago and Mark Gardner. And then there was time consumed after Bond's first home run. 2-0 pitch, low, ball 3. 3-0 the count. So Wayne Gomes walked Chan-Ho Park with 2 out and gave up the home run to Grissom. Now here in the 4th, he gives up a home run to Green, walks Sheffield, and he's behind 3-0 to LaDuca. Wayne delivers, and it's a strike, and the count 3-1. So Barry Bonds has hit 2 home runs. He has 72. But the Dodgers are leading the Giants 9-5 in the 4th. Back-to-back days, we see Ricky Henderson break Ty Cobb's record. And now Bonds tonight. There's one hit up the middle for a base hit. Sheffield will go to second and hold on, and Dusty's coming up with a hook. That'll be enough from Wayne Gomes. The LaDuca singles. He has a little 5-game hitting streak. And Adrian Beltre will be coming up with 2 on and nobody out. And let's see which of the left-handers will be brought in. Will it be Zerbe or Foltz? And we'll find out right after this.
It started out as a simple prank.
Hey there, this is Candy Cane. Who's this?
Rusty Nail. But now,
I'll be at the Lone Star Motel.
what room? The joke is on them.
He's watching us!
Joyride, rated R. Now playing.
You are on the run. We can help. Fly to Frankfurt and meet Frieda in the Café Friedrichstraße. She will have strudel.
I can't go to Germany.
But I thought you were a Frankfurter.
No. I'm a hot dog!
Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. And now, try our new bratwurst, topped with freshly grilled onions and mustard. Just 99 cents.
Hey guys, when did you see the light?
On our last fishing trip? It just flashed over me. Stay at Motel 6. Hey, I'm no fool. Saved big bucks and slept like a baby.
Yeah, like a big old snoring baby.
Call us and see the light for yourself. Hi, Tom Bodette. When did you see the light?
Oh, going over to Phoenix. We wanted to rest up for the game, and suddenly it was so clear. Motel 6. I think it's great.
Well, you gotta call them like you see them. Call us and see the light for yourself.
Dodgers leading the Giants 9-5. They've banished Wayne Gomes and brought in the left-hander Aaron Fultz. Now, we told you all about the person who caught the ball in the bleachers, home run number 71. And you might wonder, well, what in the world happened? Who caught the home run ball number 7-2 hit by Barry Bonds? Well, the ball hit into the seats, came back out on the field. Marquise Grissom picked it up, made believe he was going to throw it in the stands, and a smart man he is, he stuffed that home run ball in his hip pocket. So if anybody wants to know who has Barry Bonds' home run number 72, it is Marquise Grissom. Aaron Fultz now will be pitching to Adrian Beltre, Jeb Rebele, and Chad Kreuter. 2 on, nobody out. Beltre has struck out and flied to left. Aaron Fultz looks in to get a sign. The left-hander ready and comes to the plate, and that's lined to left, but Bonds is there to snag it. So for the second time, Beltre hits the ball hard, but right at Barry Bonds. 1 out. And the batter will be Jeb Rebele. 9-5 Dodgers, 1 out in the 4th. Aaron Fultz with a record of 3-1, and he has 1 save. So Fultz working on Rebele, who doubled and grounded out. Committed a big error which really hurt Chan Ho Park back in the 2nd inning. Jeff with 2 on, 1 out. Fultz ready and deals, and the pitch inside, ball 1. Aaron Fultz is out of Memphis, Tennessee, and lives in Alabama. He's 28 years old, and even 6 and about 205 pounds. Left-hander set. Now the 1-0 pitch, and Rebele has a look and pays a strike for the privilege, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Dodgers trying to add to a 9-5 lead. Fultz ready. Now his 1-1 pitch on the way, and that's taken low. Ball 2, 2-1. Aaron's fastball has been clocked around 88 to 90. Good sinker, and it has a tendency to tail and move when he throws a little slower than usual. And he throws what they call a slurve, which is somewhere between a curveball and a slider. 2-1 the count to Rebele. Aaron at the belt, comes to the plate, way out in front of it is Rebele. That was a great change. Rebele almost fell down, and the count 2-2. So Aaron Fultz trying to restore a little order. When the Giants come up in the 5th inning, they have Felice, Fultz, and Bernard. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 on, 1 out. Rebele fouls it away outside of 3rd and down the line. Still 2-2. So Barry Bonds has more than pleased the crowd, hitting 2 home runs. Barry homered in the 1st, homered in the 3rd, each time with the bases empty. Now the 2-ball, 2-strike count to Jeb Rebele. Fultz out of a stretch. The left-hander ready, comes to Rebele inside, ball 3. Well, you have the switch-hitting catcher, Chad Kreuter, on deck. And we'll see how the Dodgers play it with Rebele, a full count and 1 down, whether they're going to run Sheffield and LaDuca. For Rebele, and looking at his numbers this year, he has struck out 47 times and walked 33. Runners go, and the pitch is looped to left. Bonds, however, is going to catch it, and the runners have to get back. So following a home run, a walk, and a single, fly balls to left field, and with 2 down, the batter will be Chad Kreuter, who will now turn around and bat right-handed. Kreuter hitting .213 right-handed, He has 3 home runs from this side of the plate. Sheffield at second, LeDuc at first. 2 out. Dodgers lead 9-5. They've scored at least 1 in every inning. And at least for the moment, Jim Colburn and Jim Tracy have reason to smile. Now the pitch to Kruder way out in front of it, and the count 0-1. Guessing fastball, and he's getting an 82-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch. 0-1 the count. Foltz replaced Alan Embry as a left-hander to come in to get left-hand batters out, but he's doing a good enough job on right-hand hitters now. As Kruder hits a ground ball to short, Aurelia goes back to Kent for the fourth. So Foltz comes in and stops the inning. The Dodgers get 1, leave 2, and lead 9-5.
Want to try that triple Lutz?
What the heck? I got supplemental insurance.
What's that?
A Lutz?
No, that something insurance.
Even the best insurance doesn't give you cash for things like lost pay and other expenses. This does.
What does?
Aflac. Ask about it at work. Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. And now, try our new bratwurst, topped with freshly grilled onions and mustard. Just 99 cents.
Stop spending money on stupid government lottery programs where you only have 1,000,001 chance of winning. Instead, you can be part of the millions of people every year who get free money from all the other government programs. My new book shows you how to get $100,000 to open up a toy store.
$55,000, Matt, to start the business.
$200,000 to start the next hot internet company.
7 figures plus.
$40,000 to get a degree or a PhD.
$9,000 to get systems engineering degree.
$50,000 to send my son and daughter to college.
Call 1-800-433-5300. Money back guarantee.
Where the stores take cash, credit, or gold bullion.
Even the poodles drink bottled water.
If you want the best here, it'll cost you. But the best pizza won't cost you. You can get the Rodeo Drive of pizzas. A Pizza Hut pizza, just $8.99 every week this fall. Right now, it's the Big New Yorker pizza. It's humongous, just $8.99. So feed your maid, chauffeur, and supermodel girlfriend for just $8.99. Can we eat in here? Only at Pizza Hut.
Make it a meal with breadsticks, wings, and a Pepsi. Pizza Hut, the best pizzas under one roof.
Remember the Aflac trivia question? Before Barry Bonds hit 72 home runs this year, who held the Giants' single-season home run record? And you were absolutely correct if you said Willie Mays, who hit 52 home runs back in 1965 when they played in Candlestick. By the way, to show you, I don't say home runs are being, well, losing some glitter, but Sammy Sosa hit his 62nd home run today. He is the first player, Sosa is, with 3 60 home run campaigns. He hit 66 in 1998. And still, 3 years in a row, he's hit 60 or more, and he still hasn't won a home run hitting championship. Now, Pedro Feliz takes a strike in the count 0-1. Sosa established new major league records for home runs over a period of 6, 7, and 8 years. But it's an insight into what's going on in baseball. Feliz way out in front of a good change, and the count 0-2. Feliz hit that ground ball that should have been a double play in the second inning. Rebele in his haste couldn't turn it, and it led to a 3-run inning for the Giants. Meanwhile, Feliz swings at a breaking ball and strikes out. And for Chan-Ho Park, only his second strikeout. The other one was leading off the game against Marvin Bernard before his back bothered him. Say, by the way, a reminder for all your baseball information, be sure to visit MLB.com for the most complete baseball coverage on the web. Aaron Foltz at the plate, and Chan-Ho gets a strike and the count 0-1. The Dodgers are hoping that this will be a dreadful night for the Giants. Let's face it. The pitch to Foltz, a little high, 1-1. Arizona won and Houston won. So the Giants, if they lose, they will be 3 back of Arizona with 2 games to play. They're done. Meanwhile, Fultz, a ground ball single into right field. So a Giant defeat tonight, and Arizona would clinch. If the Giants come back and tie it up, Arizona will be assured of a tie. Then the Cardinals and Houston. Houston wins 2-1. So if the Giants lose tonight, in the wild card, Houston would be 3 games in front of the Giants. So it is quite a battle going on here. 9-5 in favor of the Dodgers. And with Aaron Fultz at first, Marvin Bernard the batter. 1 out, 4th inning. Chan Ho delivers. That's a drive to right. Going back on the ball is Green, and this one's going to be off the base of the wall. And in a moment, the Giants have runners at second and third, and Chan Ho is in trouble again. Immediately, the Dodgers move around, and they all look to Jim Colburn, but for the moment, no one throwing. But just like that, runners at second and third with 1 out in the 4th inning. Dodgers naturally would like to get Chan Ho Park a win, but as a starting pitcher, he has to go 5, and he's just had a lot of trouble in 3 1/3. And the Dodgers will get Al Reyes up and Jeff Williams again, because you have Rich Aurelia at the plate, and guess who in the on-deck circle? Aurelia, 2 ground balls to Beltre. So second and third, 1 out in the 4th, 9-5 Dodgers. Chan Ho hanging on, trying to fight the Giants and a tight back. Park ready and deals. Fastball is low. Ball 1, 1-0. So Jeff Williams is throwing alone in the bullpen, and you would have to believe that Williams is getting ready only to face Barry Bonds. But we will see. 1 ball and no strike. Normally you would expect to see Jesse Orozco, but no doubt Jim Tracy saying it is too early to play that card. 1-0 the count. Out of a stretch goes Chan Ho, and the pitch is popped in the air, foul, and out of play. And the count 1-1. 9 runs, 11 hits for the Dodgers, 5 runs, 6 hits for the Giants. For Chan Ho Park, this will be his 70th pitch. So it has been a very tough night for him, and he's only worked 3 1/3 innings so far. All right, 1-1 to Rich Aurelia. Chan Ho deal, swung on and fouled away off first base, out of play, and the count 1-2. The wind has picked up and is blowing from right to left. And of course, you have a right-hand hitter up there, Rich Aurelia, who has hit 35, make it 36 home runs this year. Meanwhile, the boats are in position with Barry Bonds on deck. 1-2 the count to Rich Aurelia. Chan Ho Park leading 9-5. Aaron Fultz down the line from third. Marvin Bernard away from second. And the 1-2 pitch on the way to Aurelia is taken low. Ball 2. 2-2. Now Al Reyes has joined Jeff Williams, so for the second time they've had that duo up in the Dodger bullpen. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Chan Ho Park looking in, Rich Aurelia waiting. And the 2-2 pitch coming up. Chan Ho ready and deals off the plate. Ball 3. I'll tell you what, this crowd will go absolutely wild should Aurelia walk and Bonds come up with the bases loaded. That's what they want. And now the entire ballpark gets up on its feet. Here we go again. 3-2 the count to Rich Aurelia. Chan Ho Park staring in. 1 out, and Aurelia tired of waiting and backs out. After striking out Felice, he allowed Foltz, the pitcher, to get a base hit and then gave up the double to Bernard. Chan-Ho nods yes, out of a stretch, and then backs off the rubber, and Aurelia backs out of the box. 3-2 the count. All right, a moment of truth for Chan-Ho. And the 3-2 pitch to Rich Aurelia, grounded foul over by the Dodger dugout. Hit it off the end of the bat, and the count remains 3-2. Dodgers and the Giants, they've scored in every inning. Although the Giants haven't scored in this inning yet, they have runners at second and third and 1 out. And the chant begins, beat L.A. All right, Chan-Ho on the rubber. Aurelia checks in, so they hook up again. Chan-Ho ready, and the 3-2 pitch coming up. Chan-Ho very deliberate and too long, and Aurelia backs out. Chan-Ho with only 2 strikeouts tonight, though you know that he is not himself. And right now, Chan-Ho Park going all the way with Rich Aurelia. Park a long look in, Aurelia waiting, and now Chan-Ho is ready. The 3-2 pitch coming up to Rich Aurelia, and it is swung on and fouled away. In looking at Chan-Ho's work, the least number of strikeouts he had was way back in April. He went 7 innings, allowed 3 runs to the Pirates, and struck out only 1. His last game against Arizona, he struck out only 2. And he has only 2 strikeouts right now. And Aurelia keeps fouling them off. All right, the 3-2 pitch coming up. Chan-Ho delivers a fly ball to left field. Coming up for it is Sheffield. Foltz is tagging. I don't believe he's going to come, and he's not. That would be foolhardy. Now the Dodgers have a tough decision to make. Let's face it. What will they do this time with Bonds? Now they pitched to him when they led 5-0, and they pitched to him when they were leading 6-4. So immediately the special balls are brought up. Anytime Barry Bonds bats, they are specially marked balls by the league. So those balls are now in play. Bonds homered in the first and homered in the third. His first one, number 71, and then the second one in the seats in left center for number 72. So naturally, the only thing they can do with 2 out now is walk him intentionally, but certainly everybody can understand that. So in a moment, as Bonds gets the walk, Chan-Ho will be pitching to Jeff Kent. Jeff Kent has 2 home runs in the past against Chan-Ho Park. And for the Giants, just as important, when Jeff Kent comes up with the bases loaded, he will represent the potential tying run. Going into this year, Jeff Kent had 9 grand slams. And here comes Jim Colburn out to the mound to talk to Chan-Ho Park. So Kent, 9 slams, the last one last August against Milwaukee. And Colburn has just about reached the mound. I don't ever remember Colburn changing the pitching. So when he goes out, it is to instruct. Jim Tracy brings the hook. So timeout for the moment. Bases loaded. 2 out. And Jeff Kent coming up. Jeff Kent tonight flied to center, grounded to third. Colburn talking to the plate umpire, Jerry Lane, for the moment. Now Jim jogs back to the Dodger dugout. 9-5 in favor of the Dodgers. And Jeff Kent coming up. Meanwhile, now that Barry Bonds received the walk, they take the special ball that had been marked only when he's hitting. That ball comes out, and we're back to using the regular ball. So Barry has 72 home runs, a reason to smile as Ed Montague, the first base umpire, talks to him. Now here comes Kent. So Chan-Ho Park, who has been in trouble all night, and it's only the fourth inning, trying to get out of a big spot with 2 out and the bases loaded. Kent waiting, Chan-Ho set. Young right-hander ready and deals inside. Ball 1. On deck, Andres Galarraga. So Jeff Kent hitting .299, last year's MVP, 22 home runs and 103 runs batted in this year. Out of a stretch goes Chan-Ho, and the 1-0 pitch, fastball outside, and that was blocked by Kruder. That could easily have been a wild pitch. And in talking about wild pitches, Chan-Ho has 3 of them. So a good save by Kruder, and the count 2-0 to Jeff Kent. So Tracy and Colburn led 5-0 in the first inning, but it has been anything but a walk in the park, and no pun intended. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Swung on, a slicing drive into right center. That one is going to go to the wall. Everybody will score. Kent is on his way to third. The throw to third is out at third, but 3 runs are in. And the Giants are very much back in the game. Sonny Jackson is arguing with Paul Schreiber, but the Giants are now back in it. And the Dodger lead is 9-8. As Jeff Kent clears them off, Baker continues the argument, and Chan-Ho has been given up 8 runs and 7 hits in 4 innings. And at the end of 4, Dodgers 9, Giants 8.
Troy look to make a statement against a title contender. USC faces Washington. College football Saturday on Fox Sports Net, presented by Kyocera.
Well, when I got hurt and missed work, thought I had supplemental insurance.
Supplemental insurance? What's that? Aflac.
Well, even the best insurance doesn't give you cash to cover things like lost pay, other expenses. This does.
What does? Aflac?
Shouldn't ask about it at work.
Really? What's it called?
Aflac!
Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Aflac!
Water sustains life. But why sustain when you can kick?
Gatorade. It's got stuff water doesn't have. Proven to get you not just back, but through, over, and above.
This is not your living room. Here, you don't have to worry about shoes on the furniture or spilled food on the carpets. Here, your kids can get in touch with their outside voices. Dodgers. Being here is everything.
Reserve your 2002 season tickets. Call 1-800-6-DODGER today. So the Dodgers now are holding on to a 1-run lead, and Jeff Kent drives in 3. It was another fine relay from Marquise Grissom to Jeff Rebele. Grissom chasing a slicing drive in the gap, finally gets to the base of the wall, fires the ball over the head of Grassolonic to Rebele, and it is Rebele in one quick motion who gunned it to Beltre just in time. For the Dodgers, they are now going to have to get Park out of there, so Chan-Ho just couldn't do it with the bad back and gives up 8 runs, and the Dodger lead, which had been comfortable, 5-1 and 9-5, is now 9-8, and Bruce Avon coming up. That's a strike. Giovanni Carrara begins to throw in the Dodger bullpen. Chan Ho allowed 8 runs and 7 hits. The extra bases really got him. 2 home runs by Bonds, doubles by Kent, Galarraga, and Davis. 1-1 to Avon. So Aaron Foltz, who started off that 4th inning with a single to right field, now finds himself very much in the game. 1-1. Dodgers led 5-0, 5-1, 6-1, 6-4, 8-4, 8-5, 9-5, and now it's 9-8. Ground ball to Kent. Juggles, recovers, gets Avon. So Chan Ho Park obviously bothered by a back that would not loosen up, and it was obvious in the very first inning. He fought it, but couldn't do it. So, you know, tonight's our last Dodge Grand Caravan Sweepstakes contest in the year. If a Dodger hits a Grand Slam home run in this inning, Chris Benson of Hacienda Heights will win a brand new Dodge Grand Caravan. So here is Grissom, single popped up and homer. Fouled away. Oh, 0-1 to Marquise, batting .222. Made a very good play on that ball hit by Kent. They go to the wall and then hit the cutoff man, the relay man, who then got it to Beltry. It's a remarkable comeback for the Giants to realize if Kent had been safe, they would have at the tying run 90 feet away. As it is, they're just 1 run down. So a big key double for Jeff and 3 RBIs. 1-1. Ball 2. Earlier, Eric Davis doubled in 3. Kent has doubled in 3, and then you add the 2 home runs by Bonds to give the Giants 8. 2-2. This game was supposed to start at 7:30. It didn't get underway that early, maybe 5 or 6 minutes late. So we're well over 2 hours, about 2 hours and 20 minutes anyway, and we're only in the top of the 5th inning. 2-2 to Grissom. So Marquis strikes out, 2 down in the 5th. The momentum has certainly changed. I mean, the Dodgers just took all the air out of the balloon, but the Giants refused to roll over. And now, certainly, when they're coming up in the 5th inning, they have come back from nowhere to be very much in the game. And Dusty is now just 1 run back as they battle to stay alive. Mark Grassolani, singled, struck out, grounded out, 1 for 3. Sean Green on deck. Ball 1. For the Giants, it's been Sean Estes, Mark Gardner, Wayne Gomes, Aaron Foltz. Dodgers scored 5 against Estes, 3 against Gomes, 1 against Gardner. And the Giants have scored 8 against Park. He's gone, and Carrara will be pitching the 5th inning. Might have been a bad ball, but it probably looked like a basketball, a high changeup. Two out, so Foltz trying to do something we haven't seen tonight. A side retired, 1, 2, 3, and he's going to get it. And now this crowd is going to try to carry the ball club on the way. And at the end of 4.5 innings, Dodgers 9, but the Giants have 8.
Sorry, we're from Amsterdam. We didn't know light beer was supposed to suck. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
Sushi delivery, $16. Mariners jersey, $130. 2 lattes, $8. 28 stadiums down, 2 to go, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Preferred card and devoted fan of Major League Baseball.
Hi, Tom Bodette. When did you see the light?
Oh, going over to Phoenix. We wanted to rest up for the game, and suddenly it was so clear. Motel 6. I think it's great.
Well, you gotta call them like you see them. Call us and see the light for yourself. Hey, pal, when did you see the light?
I was working away from home. On my own dime, it's crazy to stay anywhere but Motel 6. I can take the extra money and invest it in something. Yeah, like pizza.
Well, call us and see the light for yourself.
To create exceptional performance. Design technology. Kumho.
If you want that light beer taste, just add water. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
A wild ball game here at Pac Bell, with the Dodgers now hanging on to a 1-run lead, 9-8. And a reminder, this fall, baseball's postseason unfolds on Fox. 8 of baseball's best will battle it out in the American and National League Division Series on Fox and Fox Family. You can follow the drama of the ALCS, the NLCS, and the World Series. Baseball's postseason airs exclusively on your local Fox affiliate beginning this coming Tuesday. Well, Chan-Ho Park tried as best he could, but the back never loosened up. He goes out leading 9-8, but as a starting pitcher, he did not go the required 5, so he'll have nothing to do with the decision. And Giovanni Carrara will come in and try to restore order, facing Andres Galarraga. And a big chopper foul, 0-1. Both Galarraga and Carrara hailing from Venezuela. How about that kid from Venezuela, Wilfredo Rodriguez, brought up from Double-A and gives up home run number 70 to Barry Bonds. The Cat hitting .296, 7 home runs, 35 runs batted in, 0-2. Galarraga had a fly ball double just inside the right field foul line and grounded out, scored a run. Check swing foul, still 0-2, and the breeze picking up again, blowing from right to left. Giovanni Carrara, boy, what a pleasant surprise he has been for the Dodgers. Carrara 5-1. Oh, 2. Half swing. He did. See you later. Galarraga can't hold up on a fastball inside. 1 down. And the batter will be John Vanderwall. Chan-Ho Park went 4 innings, allowed 8 runs, 7 hits. One big error cost him 3 runs back in the 2nd inning. Vanderwall walked twice against Chan-Ho. That hits the bat, 0-1 to count. After Vanderwall, Benito Santiago. 9 runs, 11 hits for the Dodgers, including home runs by Grissom and Green, doubles by Green and Brebele. And that's going to be a base hit to center, so the tying run is aboard. For the Giants, they've had 2 bases empty home runs by Bonds. They had doubles by Galarraga, Davis, and Bernard, along with the bases clearing double by Kent. So it's been a slugfest. And the batter, Benito Santiago. If they get down to Aaron Folks, they would bat for him. So Tim Worrell, a right-hander, going down to the Giant bullpen. Santiago lined out to left and fouled out. 0 for 2. A bunt attempt, but he left it in Kruger's mitt. 0-1 the count. Little shoulder fake by Kruger, and that sent Vanderwall back into the bag head first. Santiago checking again with Sonny Jackson. Oh, 0-1 to the Giant catcher. And that's lifted to center, actually a little right center. Grissom is there. 2 down. And the batter will be Pedro Feliz. A reminder, this copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Dodgers may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express consent of the Dodgers. Pedro Feliz hit that double play ground ball to Rebele that tied Jeff up and struck out last time up. And a one hopper at Rebele, and he stays with that one to Grassolonic, and that's the inning. Boy, that was ripped. No runs, 1 hit, and at the end of 5, it's 9-8 Dodgers.
Look, I'm a painter. I need my tractor in the daytime to make a living.
Yeah, he's a regular here. Oil, shocks, bearings, you name it.
Oh, I gotta love this place. I'm open nights and weekends. Look, I got the time and money to let some dealership keep my truck all day so they can swap out some plug wires.
For the best service, the best selection, and the low price guaranteed, shop Cragen Auto Parts. Change your own oil and save. This week, get a case of Shell motor oil for an incredible 39 cents a quart after
Every day, AmeriDebt helps more people with money problems.
My credit card debt was outrageous. Then I called AmeriDebt. They contacted my creditors and got my payments almost cut in half.
AmeriDebt is a nonprofit organization that offers free consultations to consumers seeking to eliminate their debt.
Every month I pay our credit card bills, but the balances never seem to get smaller.
AmeriDebt got our interest rates reduced, and now the balances are dropping dramatically.
Call 1-800-916-4499. AmeriDebt, helping America get out of debt.
Would the stores take cash, credit, or gold bullion?
Even the poodles drink bottled water.
If you want the best here, it'll cost you. But the best pizza won't cost you. You can get the Rodeo Drive of pizzas. A Pizza Hut pizza, just $8.99 every week this fall. Right now, it's the Big New Yorker pizza. It's humongous, just $8.99. So feed your maid, chauffeur, and supermodel girlfriend for just $8.99. Can we eat in here? Only at Pizza Hut.
Make it a meal with breadsticks, wings, and a Pepsi. Pizza Hut, the best pizzas under one roof.
This week, you're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
Well, if you have a good memory, on this day in 1980, it was something. The Dodgers chasing Houston right down, trailed by 3 with 3 games to go. Joe Ferguson hit a home run to win Game 1, and Game 3, a big home run by Ron Cey with a man aboard. The Dodgers were down 3-2 in the 8th inning. They won all 3 games by 1 run. That tied the division. Then they had to play Houston in a 1-game playoff. Final score, Houston 7, Dodgers 1. But it was a ride 21 years ago today. Let's go back to this one. (9-8) in favor of the Dodgers. And we have finally reached the 6th inning. Sean Green, Gary Sheffield, and Paul LaDuca, and Aaron Foltz still in there. Hard ground ball to Kent. 1 away. So Aaron Foltz has done very, very well. After Wayne Gomes was letting it get away, Foltz came in, retired 3 in a row in the 4th, 3 in a row in the 5th, so he's now retired 7 straight, and the batter is Gary Sheffield. Foltz will be going out for a hitter. He's due to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. Sheffield 2 singles and a walk, 3 runs batted in, a strike. Gary singled up the middle hard to drive in 2, broke his bat, fly ball single to drive in 1, and then last time up walked. Hammered foul down the line. That's the second time he's gone down there, but each time pulling it too much. Sheffield, 35 home runs, 97 runs batted in. 0-2. 0-1. On deck, Paul LaDuca. 9 runs, 11 hits for the Dodgers. 8 runs, 8 hits for the Giants. 6th inning. Foul ball, still 1-2. Arizona beat Milwaukee 5-0. Houston beat St. Louis 2-1, and the Giants desperately trying to stay afloat. Two and 2. Giants put up a picket fence between second and third. Kent, Aurelia, and Felice. That leaves Galarraga all alone on the other side. Dusty falling for the fence as his outfield spread out pretty much straight away. And there's no way to defend on that one. Gary Sheffield crushes the ball 3/4 of the way up the bleachers in left field, and that gives the Dodgers a 10-8 lead. For Sheffield, 4 runs batted in tonight. He has 98 now and 36 home runs. For the Dodgers, their 3rd home run. Grissom with a man aboard, Green and Sheffield with the bases empty, and now Dusty Baker is heading for home plate to talk to Jerry Lane. That always means a double switch. So we'll see. Jeff Kent had the double in the 4th inning and was thrown out at third, and he leaves his position, but let's wait and see. Meanwhile, Sheffield unloads. There was no doubt about it. And Bonds was at the other end of a big home run. All Barry did was stand there and look up at the night and follow the flight of the ball. So Dusty and Jerry making the changes. We'll be back right after this.
This is it. The collection you've been waiting for is finally here. Easy Rock. Over 2 hours of pure mellow gold on 2 CDs or 2 cassettes. You can order this collection online at MusicSpace.com. Why wait? Order this collection by Rush Delivery. It feels so right. Get Easy Rock now. To order, call the number on your screen or log on to MusicSpace.com.
Yes, correct.
Friends, don't forget the Top of the Park gift store at Dodger Stadium, open every day except Christmas, Easter, and New Year's Day. Off-season hours, Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday, noon to 5. So give us a call for all of your off-season Dodger and Top of the Park store information. 323-224-1HIT. Well, a couple of changes because Gary Sheffield lowered the boom. Gary now with 2 singles, a walk, and a home run has driven in 4. Tim Worrell takes over on the mound, and Jaleel Leach will take over at third base. So Leach taking over at third, spent 12 years in the minor leagues. and finally has a chance to play. And Paul LaDuca going up against Tim Worrell. 0-1. Tim Worrell, born in Pasadena, 34 years old. Oh, and 1 to count. LaDuca has had a scoring fly ball, fly to right, single to center. 1 ball and 1 strike. We're going to check the third baseman, and that is Edwards Guzman playing third. They're going to check. No swing, says Ed Montague. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. So Edward Guzman is the third baseman. Two and 1. And that's a fly ball to right field. Vanderwall is there. So LaDuca goes the other way. 2 down in the 6th inning, and Adrian Beltre will be coming up. Tim Worrell was acquired from the Cubs in the Bill Miller deal, and he has done a very good job in front of Felix Rodriguez and Rob Nen. When Dave Righetti talks about Worrell, he talks about his mechanics are just about so close to being perfect. Ball 1, 1-0. Tim, the younger brother of Todd, well put together, 6'4", 230, and certainly knows how to pitch. Gives the Giants extra good depth in the pen. Worrell throws hard, has a very good slider, good command, and tough, so an ideal makeup for a relief pitcher. 2-0. Ball 3. 10-8 in favor of the Dodgers. We're in the 6th inning. Guzman, Bernard, and Aurelia will be coming up in the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-0. And that's a strike. On deck, Jeff Rebele. Dodgers with 3 home runs tonight. Grissom, Green, Sheffield. Bonds, 2 home runs with the bases empty for the Giants. And a fly ball to straightaway center to Marvin Bernard. So Worrell comes in, gets a couple of fly balls. The inning is over. 1 run, 1 hit. The home run by Sheffield. 10-8 Dodgers.
The National Sports Report presents this sports break.
I'm Kevin Frazier of the National here with this sports break. Barry Bonds looks to break the single-season home run record with number 71 tonight. We'll update each of his bats. Now that Barry's poised to take his place in the home run record book, we'll examine where he stands among the game's all-time greats. And Eric Lindros makes his debut as a New York Ranger tonight as Carolina takes on New York. We'll have the highlights. It's all tonight right here on the National.
Your Southern California Ford dealers want to help move America forward. We're doing our part by offering interest-free financing. That means, as of right now, you pay no interest. America's great companies are lining up to help keep the country moving. Your Ford dealers are proud to be part of this effort.
I'd been waiting for a day like this. A day when an all-in-one wireless plan would make things simple for people. The Sprint PCS Total Digital Connections plan is here. It brings all the best features together. Clear calls, nationwide long-distance voice command, and wireless web. Thanks, boy. And now, it's my job to tell the world.
Total Digital Connections plan, only from Sprint PCS.
Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. And now, try our new bratwurst, topped with freshly grilled onions and mustard. Just 99 cents.
Say, friends, if you've ever thought about joining the exclusive Dodger season ticket family, now's a great time to do it. You can get the best locations for 2002 Dodgers season tickets by calling the season ticket hotline, 1-800-6-DODGER. Well, we have made it to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Dodgers well bundled up and leading 10-8. Edward Guzman will start it off, finishing up at third base. Then Marvin Bernard, Rich Aurelia, and if anybody gets on, that man Bonds. Edward Guzman is the young man who has said for the record his birthday is September 11th. And as he said, I will never, ever turn a TV on or listen to a radio on my birthday. I guess be a little bit like being born on December 7th. So Guzman will start it off. Hitting .255, he has 3 home runs, 7 runs batted in. And Giovanni Carrara picking up for Chan-Ho Park. Breeze blowing briskly now from right to left. Right. They tell me if you're in the first 17 rows in left center field, you don't feel that. But if you are higher up, then it gets really cold. 0-2 to Guzman. Guzman, who is a catcher and a third baseman, playing third. Ball 1. He is really stocky as Carrara works on him. Giovanni got the side out in the 5th, and Guzman up there, 5'11", about 205 pounds. Down he goes. So Carrara takes care of him. 1 out. For Giovanni, his second strikeout. And the batter will be Marvin Bernard with Rich Aurelia on deck. Bernard struck out to open up the game, grounded to short, and doubled. The double sent Fultz to third, and after Aurelia made out, they walked Bonds intentionally, only to have Jeff Kent double in 3. They pull up the corners on Bernard. He likes to bunt, showed bunt, ball 1. Beltre in on the grass. LaDuca not quite even with the bag at first, just a hair back. 1-0 to Bernard. He's been 2 players. Very poor hitter before the break and an excellent hitter ever since. And comes up with another base hit. So Marvin Bernard, a line single to left. He's 2 for 4. So that means Aurelia is coming up with Bonds on deck. And the Dodgers have not had to pitch to Bonds with men on base. When he came up in the first inning, Aurelia had grounded out and Bernard struck out, and he hit a home run. He came up in the second inning after 2 ground balls and then led off in the third when he hit a home run. In the fourth, when Barry came up with runners in second and third, they had to walk him intentionally and paid the price when Kent doubled in the 3. So now let's see what they will be forced to do with Aurelia at the plate. That's fouled back. 0-1. 10 runs, 12 hits for the Dodgers. 8 runs, 9 hits for the Giants. We've had 5 home runs and a bunch of doubles. Aurelia with 36 home runs and 95 runs batted in. One ball and 1 strike. Park for 4. Carrara so far has worked an inning and a third. Giants have used Estes, Gardner, Gomes, Fultz, and Worrell. drive to left field and deep. I think it's going to go right down the line and gone. Home run to tie it up, 10-10. Well, it took a while, but the Giants were able to battle back. Rich Aurelia hitting his 37th home run of the year. And the Giants have caught the Dodgers after the Dodgers had a 5-run first. And Aurelia hits it out. Now let's see what they do with Bonds in a 10-10 tie. They're going to load up the right side of the infield. Again, they put these special balls in play for a Bonds at bat. So we've had 6 home runs in the game. 10-10 in the 6th. Barry with 72 home runs, and now they want 73. Mark Grassolonic, 15 feet out in right field, ball 1. LaDuca guarding the line at first, and Rebele moved over on the rim. So they have really loaded up. Huge gap in left center field. Grissom shading in right center. A strike. 1-1. On deck, Jeff Kent. A 10-10 tie in the 6th inning. Ball 2. Barry homered in the 1st, homered in the 3rd, and was walked intentionally in the 4th. Using that Canadian maple bat. And a chant again, beat LA. Two balls, 1 strike. Ball 3. Ferrara, deep in thought, now looks in. And a high fly ball, but this one is playable. Gary Sheffield is there. 2 down. So in a 10-10 tie, Jeff Kent will be coming up. Jeff Kent had flied to center, grounded to 3rd. And when they walked Bonds intentionally to load the bases in the 4th inning, Kent unloaded them with a drive to right center, and he was nailed at 3rd on a wonderful relay from Grissom to Rebele to Beltre. Now the special balls are returned to the Giant dugout, and Giovanni Carrara working on Kent. So we're back to square one, a 10-10 tie in the 6th inning. Kent 1 for 3. Foul ball. By the way, the Giants with 3 home runs tonight. They have now hit 234 home runs this year. The Dodgers with 3 home runs have hit 206. 0-1. Big roundhouse breaking ball. 1-1. The only quiet inning for one reason or another was the 5th inning. Otherwise, each team has scored in every inning. So they took time off in the 5th. In the 5th inning, the Dodgers went out in order. In the 5th inning for the Giants, they had 1 hit. Otherwise, it has been a scramble. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fastball missed. Ball 3. On deck, Andres Galarraga. Dodgers 10 runs, 12 hits. Giants 10 runs, 10 hits. Three and one. And that's fouled back out of play. With all the home runs in the game tonight, 6 home runs, we've also had 6 doubles. Three and two. Fastball just off the plate. So Kent draws a walk, and the batter now, Andres Galarraga, with Jim Colburn going out to talk to Carrara. Now, Carrara faced Galarraga in the 5th inning and struck him out. Got the inside corner with a fastball. When the Dodgers come up in the 7th inning, Carrara is due to bat third. When Carrara came into the game, he was very aggressive. And 11 of the very first 12 pitches he threw were all strikes. Now he has turned the other way around, and he's missing more, pitching more cautiously. Of course, that home run by Aurelia with Bonds coming up next will make you be cautious. So here is Galarraga. Pop fly double, grounded out, struck out. Ball one. After Galarraga comes the left-hand hitter, John Vanderwall. One ball, no strikes. Ball two. It's the Dodgers who have led all the way. The Giants have had an uphill battle since the very first inning. And finally, in the bottom of this inning, the 6th, they were able to wrest the lead away from Jim Tracy and company. 10-10. I think something came out of the stands in center field. And Marquise Grissom goes over to retrieve a ball of some kind. But Marquise has home run number 72, remember? He put that thing in his hip pocket and brought it in. Might be worth $1 or $2. Number 70 for McGwire. I think that sold for like $3 million. 2-0 to Andres Galarraga. 2-1. Trying to declaw the big cat. Two balls, one strike. And that missed. So 3-1 to count to Andres Galarraga. The cat is 6'3" and 250, and moves well, especially when he was much younger. He's 40 years old. Moves well around first base. And that missed. So that home run by Aurelia has made Giovanni Carrera pitch very defensively. And after a big battle and he got Bonds, he came back and walked Kent. Now he's walked Galarraga, and the batter is Vanderwall. When the Dodgers bat in the 7th, Rebele, Truder, and Carrara spot. Vanderwall has walked twice and singled. So John 1 for 1. And that's a strike. 0-1 the count. In the inning so far, Guzman struck out, but Bernard lined a single to left, and Aurelia hit a home run to tie it up. Now, the other cat, Felix Rodriguez, will get up and begin to loosen up in the Giant bullpen. Al Reyes will get up in the Dodger pen. 0-1 to Vanderwall. Way out in front of a change. 0-2. For Al Reyes down in the bullpen, it'll be the third time tonight in 6 innings that he's gotten up. He's pitched a game down here. 0-2 to Vanderwall. Kent at second, Galarraga at first. Neither one runs very well. Ferrara taking a breather. Oh, 0-2 to John Vanderwall. Ball one. Going to keep a lot of people up late tonight. We're in the bottom of the 6th, and it has taken us about 3 hours to get here, but of course we have had a lot going on. 1-2 to Vanderwall. Now back. And of course, after a lengthy wrestling match tonight, Giants and Dodgers will come right back tomorrow. 105 game. 1 ball and 2 strikes to John. Hitting back of him, Benito Santiago. One and 2 coming up. And a flare into left field, and gone out is Rebele. So Vanderwall pops it up. However, the Giants come back with 2 to get even. And at the end of a wild 6 innings, we have a 10-10 tie.
Think cab drivers know where everything is, but it's dispatchers like me who really find things. Someone's looking for antique stores in Orange or Laguna Beach. The drivers call me. Well, me and OCNow.com. Need a vet without an appointment? OCNow.com makes it easy to find things fast. From shopping in galleries to local jobs, classified ads, and events. Need to find something in Orange County? Do what I do. Use OCNow.com or call a cab. I hope I'm their dispatcher.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? Now, through Matrix Direct, a 35-year-old man could get $250,000 coverage for less than $15 a month. Guaranteed for 10 years from a respected insurer, Protective Life. A 42-year-old man could get $200,000 coverage for less than $18 a month. Call for a fast, free quote over the phone. Matrix Direct, 1-800-355-0291.
You're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
A 10-10 tie, and in a ball game like this, with all of the offense, it takes one big defensive play to really jump out at you, and that took place in the 4th inning. Kent doubled and tried to go for 3. Grissom to Rebele, who fired to Beltry to get him, and that's a huge play now. As we go to the 7th inning, despite the protestations of Sonny Jackson, it's 10-10, and Rebele followed by Chad Kruder, and then we'll see about Carrara, because Al Reyes has stopped throwing in the Dodger bullpen. Meanwhile, Tim Worrell on the mound to face Rebele. Tim came in to get LaDuca and Beltrade and the 6th inning after Sheffield had homered. So the Dodgers 10 runs, 12 hits. Giants 10 runs, 10 hits. Here's Rebele. Doubled, grounded out, flied to left. Guzman plays up even with the bag at third. Ball 1. 1-0 to Rebele. That's a strike. 1-1. Dodgers did a lot of hitting in the first 4 innings. They had 9 of their 12 hits in the first 4 innings. And they've had 1 hit, a home run since. Dodgers lead in this game 5-1, 6-1, 6-4, 8-4, 8-5, 9-5, 9-8, 10-8, 10-10. What a game. Ball 2, 2-1. That's going to be a strike. 2-2 the count to Jeff. Rebele using what used to be the normal color of a bat, but those brackish brown bats are really in style now. Three and two. Three balls, 2 strikes. And a bouncer up the middle. Aurelia behind the bag comes up, throws off balance, throws it away. It'll bounce into the stands, so the Dodgers get a break. For Aurelia, and it might be 1-1, that would be his 17th error. And it is 1-1, an infield single. And then Rebele taking second on Aurelia's error. So Rebele at second, nobody out. Chad Crew to the batter. Now, with a man in scoring position, that changes things for the Dodgers. And Dave Hansen is now being called back in the dugout. He started to go up the steps. He has a helmet in his hand. Rebele at second and Crew to the batter. And now they tell Carrara to go out on deck. Down in the bullpen, Matt Hergis begins to loosen up. And the Giants want to have a meeting trying to figure out what they think Kruder will be doing. If you're wondering about Kruder bunting, you should know he has not bunted this year. So a runner at second, nobody out, 7th inning in a 10-10 tie. Imagine Rich Aurelia and Barry Bond. What a 1-2 punch. The Dusty Baker with 2 men has 109 home runs. Aurelia has 37 and Bonds 72. Meanwhile, let's see about Kruder. Will they ask him to do something he hasn't done this year? Yes. And that's a strike. Oh, 0-1 to count to Chad. Swinging away, grounds it up the middle. Kent near the bag. Able to throw in the dirt. Nice pick by Galarraga. And on the play, Rebele takes third. So Kruder grounding out, but he got his man over anyway. And with one down now, we told you that Dave Hansen started up, and they called him back into the dugout because they wanted to at least give some doubt in Dusty's mind as to just what Kruder was going to do. Nice backhand pick by Galarraga. But now, after Kruder moves his man over, Dave Hansen will come up, and the Giant infield will play up. So the Dodgers trying to cash in the overthrow by Rich Aurelia, and Hansen trying to pick up Rebele. Among other things about Dave Hansen, he has 3 scoring fly balls, most recently in San Diego. He's had 9 hits and 4 runs batted in coming off the bench. And Dave Righetti out to talk to Worrell as to how Dusty wants to pitch him. And then after Dave Hansen, we have Marquise Grissom. 10 runs, 13 hits for the Dodgers, 1 error. 10 runs, 10 hits, and 2 errors for the Giants. And we're in the top of the 7th inning. So a big moment, as for the first time the Dodgers have to fight back to get a lead. And they will take the bat right out of Hansen's hands. He'll get the intentional walk, and they'll take their chances against Marquise Grissom. Well, in looking at Tim Worrell and Marquise Grissom, Grissom is hitting .300 against him. But Dusty, no doubt, likes this idea. So in a moment, Dave Hansen gets the walk. There'll be runners at first and third, 1 out. And the batter will be Grissom. Marquise Grissom singled to center in the first inning, popped up in the first inning. The Dodgers sent 10 men to the plate. Hit a 2-run home run in the third and struck out in the 5th. McKay Christensen will now run for Hansen. So McKay at first base. And with 1 out, the batter is Marquise Grissom. On deck, Mark Grassolani. First and third, 1 out. 10-10 in the 7th. Christensen over there at first base has stolen 3 bases, but he's also been caught twice. And Worrell watching him. In the dirt, nice save by Santiago. With a runner at third, we'll check Worrell, and he has 2 wild pitches, and he was just saved a third and a run. One ball, no strikes. And a little dribbler up along third, charging it is Guzman, double clutch, and pulls Santiago away from the plate. Guzman might have had a play, but he couldn't grip and throw, and that double clutch cost the run, and the Dodgers take an 11-10 lead. So on the fielder's choice, Rebele scores. And that was set up, of course, on the throw by Aurelia. So down to second on the fielder's choice goes Christensen. At first is Grissom. Mark Grassolani, the batter. And on deck, Sean Green. For Marquise Grissom, by the way, that would be his 3rd run batted in. So Grissom has 3, Sheffield has 4. Park had 2, and LaDuca and Green 1 each. So now 2 on and 1 out. And Santiago going out to talk to Worrell, who has certainly been a little unlucky. Rebele an infield single. Aurelia throws it away. The ground ball moved Rebele to third. The intentional walk and the squibber off the bat of Grissom. And the double clutch by Guzman. The regular third baseman for Dusty would be Ramon Martinez. And Martinez, I believe he has a bad shoulder. In fact, he had a bad shoulder when he was playing against the Dodgers, and then when he went to Houston, Martinez was hit on the elbow by Dave Malicki. So that's why Guzman has to come in there and back up Felice. Okay, Felice is out. Rodriguez is in. We'll be back.
Diamonds, the gift that lasts forever. The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin imports all their diamonds direct. They carry thousands of diamonds, most GIA or EGL certified, and all the guaranteed lowest prices. 1 carat solitaires start at $5.99. The Jewelry Exchange makes all their jewelry in their state-of-the-art factory and has hundreds of rings, pendants, earrings, and bracelets. Only the Jewelry Exchange in Tustin guarantees all their jewelry to a price for at least double, that's right, double the purchase price. Buy factory direct and save. The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin.
That's your new Kia Sophia?
Yep, just got it.
Well, I love my Toyota Corolla. I just got AC installed.
AC came standard with ours.
Power windows, power locks.
Standard and standard.
Does a 5-year warranty come standard?
No.
Figures.
But a 10-year warranty does. Plus, we got $2,000 cash back, which means we paid about $2,500 less than you.
Oh my gosh, honey, are you okay? Waiter?
Hurry in and get $2,000 cash back on the 2001 Kia Sophia, now through October 31st.
Once again, Lowe's is improving home improvement, because Lowe's is the only place you'll find a complete line of Olympic premium paint with its amazing one-coat coverage, the same Olympic that's been famous for its stain for over 70 years. And Lowe's promises you get the lowest possible price every day, guaranteed. Olympic Heritage, Lowe's low prices. That's improving home improvement. Lowe's is the official cash donation site for the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund.
Dodgers leading 11-10 with 1 out in the 7th inning. Dodgers have runners at first and second. And Felix Rodriguez, who once upon a time was a catcher in the Dodger organization. And Felix comes in along with Sean Dunston in right field. Rodriguez, absolutely brilliant. 9-1. ERA of less than 2. A catcher who has really made the conversion to pitch. So Mark Grassolonic will face him. Grassolonic 2 for 5 against him in the past. And when you're looking at Rodriguez, you're looking at somebody who throws in the middle 90s and a little higher. On deck, Sean Green. So Rodriguez is the 6th Giant pitcher. Giants, of course, are desperate. Arizona won, and Houston beat St. Louis. That's a strike, and that thing was 97. So he comes in and says hello with Smoke City. Great setup man for Rob Nen. And one day, I'm sure, Felix will be the closer. And that's hit foul down the line, and the count 0-2. Mark Grassolonic looking at the express, and you expect that from Rodriguez. Rodriguez, however, does have trouble with his control. I mean, he has 83 strikeouts. Oh, 0-2. Almost threw that away. Nice save by Santiago. 1-2. From Monte Cristi in the Dominican Republic, which they tell me is virtually in the jungles, right on the border with Haiti. And you wonder, it's an amazing thing how you would find a kid like that. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that's going to be a base hit into right field. Christensen is going to be waved in. The throw by Dunston. He's going to be out at the plate. So Sean Dunston just came in the game. And, of course, he has always been able to throw rockets at shortstop. Now he makes a huge play to get McKay Christensen at the plate. And a nice block and tag, and Santiago shaken up on the play. So Dunston really let it fly. Great throw. Santiago able to take the hit and hold on to the ball. And Santiago shaken up, so they're checking him out. A little bit of a surprise, because if you played more cautiously, the bases would be loaded for Sean Green. But Glenn Hoffman rolled the dice, and it came up snake eyes against Sean Dunston's arm. So they're still working on the right hand of Benito Santiago. So Grassolonic, a base hit, takes second on the throw. Grissom goes to third, but McKay Christensen a big out. Santiago's right hand causing concern. Dusty Baker over. So first base open, and Sean Green coming up. 2 out, 1 in, and the Dodgers leading 11-10, but losing a big chance. So Santiago is going to hang in there. For Green, he has had a big night. He had a single in the first. He had a double to left in the second. And in the 4th inning, Sean Green hit a home run. So with a single, double, home run, and first base open, let's see. You have Gary Sheffield, of course, who was 3 for 3 with 4 RBIs hitting back of him. Sean Green against Rodriguez is 0 for 5. So a runner out at the plate, and the Dodgers leading 11-10. Well, you realize what a good play that is. You take a guy off the bench on a cold night, no chance to really warm up, and yet Dunston just threw an arrow at the plate. Wonderful play. Ball 1 with first base open. Sheffield on deck. We'll see whether Greeny gets anything to hit. Sean batting .299, 49 home runs, 124 runs batted in. That's on the corner. 1-1. Grissom down the line from third. Grassolonic away from second. 1-1 to Sean Green. Ball 2. 2-1. And now Benito wants to go out and talk to Rodriguez. Rodriguez is 28. He'll be 29 in December. And, you know, being a converted catcher, it took him a while to learn how to pitch. He went from the Dodgers over to the Reds, struggled there. Then he went to the Diamondbacks, and they had pretty much given up on him. But once he got to the Giants, he seemed to hit his stride. 9-1 this year. 2-1 to count to Sean Green. Fastball around anywhere 95 to 98, and a slider in the mid-80s. 2-1 to Green. 2-2. So a big moment perhaps in the ball game. First the Giants throw the Dodgers out at the plate, and now Green up there 2-2, and a lot of the folks are up on their feet again. So deuces wild in a wild game. Got him. So that turns out to be a very explosive play at the plate. The Dodgers get one, but lose a bunch, maybe. And at the end of 6.5, 11-10 Dodgers. Now for a look at what's ahead on the National Sports Report after the game, let's go to the Fox Network Center.
This National Sports Report Sports Break is brought to you by Toyota.
I'm Kevin Frazier, the National, here at this sports break. Barry Bonds looks to break the all-time home run record with number 71 tonight against the Dodgers. We'll update each of his at-bats throughout the night. Now that Barry's poised to take his place in the home run record book, we'll examine where he stands among the game's all-time greats. And Eric Lindros makes his debut as a New York Ranger tonight at Carolina. We'll have the highlights. It's all tonight right here on the National.
Reinvented Camry. One look, and you're going to want one.
Let's do it.
These guys don't look so tough.
Heads up.
I got your back. On your left. Go, go, go. I'm hot, baby.
Time to go for a spin.
Gatorade. Bring your game to life.
I'll take the big guy.
Which big guy?
Think your mechanic can handle a transmission? Think again. For a job done right, guaranteed, at a price that's right. Call 1-800-GO-AMCO.
Breaker 19.
It started out as a simple prank.
Hey there, this is Candy Cane. Who's this?
Rusty Nail. But now,
I'll be at the Lone Star Motel.
what room? The joke is on them.
He's watching us!
Joyride. Rated R.
Fox Sports Net 2 presents Dodger Baseball, brought to you by SBC Pacific Bell. We're on it. Well, a big crowd, paid attendance, a sellout, 41,730. It is the 44th consecutive of the season. They have now played to 3,224,793, and the crowd spurred on by the pennant race and the individual performance by Barry Bonds. Plus, of course, tonight you have the Giants and the Dodgers. For the Dodgers now, leading 11-10, having had a runner thrown out at the plate. They will now be on the defensive, and Benito Santiago will start it off for San Francisco. And for the Dodgers, it will be Matt Herges coming out of the bullpen to pick up. So Matt Herges tuning up. He will be the third Dodger pitcher. Chan Ho Park went 4. Then Giovanni Carraro went 2. And now Herges. Matt has had a knee that will require some surgery. In fact, the Dodgers had recommended to him, why don't you have the surgery now, the last week of the season? And Matt said, no, I don't want to do that to my buddies in the bullpen. That means somebody else is going to have to inherit my share of the load. So I'll wait till after the season. And here he is in a big game tonight. Matt Herges, Graham Lloyd of Montreal, and Felix Rodriguez have all won 9. And now you have Herges and Rodriguez battling for it, with the Dodgers leading 11-10. Benito Santiago, who hurt his hand but still made the putout on the sliding McKay Christensen. Santiago tonight flied out, actually lined out to left. He hit that ball very hard, fouled out to first, and flied to center. And a bunt, foul, 0-1. 11 runs on 14 hits for the Dodgers, 10 runs, 10 hits for the Giants. Santiago will be followed by Sean Dunston and then Edwards Guzman. Oh, and 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Santiago batting .263, has a half a dozen home runs and 45 runs batted in. Curveball hit back to Matt and away. So 1 out in the 7th, and Sean Dunston, who made that great throw just coming into the game, he'll be coming up to bat. Dunston is another veteran like Eric Davis. The only difference is where Eric Davis has announced that he will hang him up, Sean Dunston might very well be coming back. He has an option. He can return to the Giants for a $1.1 million contract, and he still said that he's undecided. He'll be 39 when the Giants are in spring training next year. Nine home runs, 25 RBIs, and a .283 batting average. So after 16 years in the majors, now finishing his 17th, he's still a solid player. 0-2. One thing Dunston has lost, of course, he doesn't have any range to play shortstop anymore. But all he did was turn right around and become a pretty good outfielder. It's his 3rd trip with the Giants. He was here in '96, '98, and now. Breaking ball takes care of him. So Hergis retires the first 2. The Giants have not been retired in order tonight. So Hergis trying to do it for the first time. And Edwards Guzman coming up. Guzman struck out in the 6th inning and was unable to handle that little dribbler, the ball that Grissom hit when he double clutched and threw late to the plate. Dropped that breaking ball in there, 0-1. Two out, 7th inning, 11-10 Dodgers. Sold out ballpark. And a roller to LaDuca. He'll take it to the bag. So Matt Hergis finally does it, what no one else could do. He retires the retires the Giants in order for the Dodgers. And at the end of 7, 11-10 Los Angeles.
Right on the best damn sports show, period. Robert Wald mixes it up with the gang as they take you places no other show dares to go.
You're a sexy man. You look good.
What more could you want from a sports show? Tonight at 11:30 on Fox Sports Net.
Save now at Good Guys Home Run Sale with savings on great electronics gear just in time for the World Series and football season. Better brands, better models, and more options than the other guys. And sale prices and savings throughout the store. Save on this Yamaha and Polk Audio complete home theater package, only $7.99. This Sony 32-inch Trinitron Vega flat screen TV is now only $8.99 and make no payments and pay no interest until 2003. Sale prices store-wide at Good Guys Home Run Sale. Better stuff, fiercely competitive prices, Good Guys.
What are you doing? Look, who are you guys? You got the wrong guy.
Think this is harsh? Well, it's what you do to your car every day. All that stop-and-go driving is torture on your engine. But Pennzoil with Pure Base is formulated to protect against the harshness of all that stopping and starting. Stop-and-go protection from Pennzoil.
Get a case of Pennzoil Motor Oil at participating Napa Auto Parts and receive a Fox Sports Net barbecue tool set free.
There's a place where the clock isn't running, where time's measured by the swing of a bat, or how many peanuts you've eaten. And priorities just seem to fall into place. Dodgers. Being here is everything.
Reserve your 2002 season tickets. Call 1-800-6-DODGER today. Have you ever wanted to sit in the best seats at Dodger Stadium? You know the Dugout Club is the ultimate. It's an all-inclusive experience consisting of premium parking, a complimentary buffet, and in-seat food service catered by Wolfgang Puck Chefs, and much more. Seats are limited, so for more information, call 323-224-1320. Well, Ramon Martinez will now take over at third base. As we mentioned, he's been banged up. Sore shoulder and then hit on the elbow, but Martinez is in there. And we're in the 8th inning, 11-10 in favor of the Dodgers. Felix Rodriguez, who came in and gave up the base hit to Grassolanic, but Christensen was nailed at the plate. Then he turned around and struck out Green, so he starts with Sheffield. Sheffield 4 for 11 against him. That would be 364 with a home run. And Gary's had a big night, a walk, 2 singles, a home run, 4 runs batted in. And that's popped foul and out of play. One and one to count to Gary Sheffield. Dodgers 11, Giants 10, 3 home runs on each side, 6 doubles. And a pop fly back a third down the line. Martinez in the corner, no play. And Ramon taken out of the play, and Gary Sheffield cracked his bat, so he'll have to get another. Take your pick. Sheffield singled to drive in 2 in the first inning, broke his bat in the second inning, and dropped a fly ball single to drive in a run, and then walked and homered. So for a guy who has broken 2 bats, big night. 1 and 2. Two and 2. Well, it's amazing how anybody can wiggle the bat the way Sheffield does and still make contact with a guy throwing about 95, 97. 2 and 2. Ball 3. LaDuca on deck. And that's foul back and out of play. So the duel continues. Felix Rodriguez and Gary Sheffield. 8th inning, 11-10 Dodgers. Game that has featured, among other things, Barry Bonds hitting 2 home runs. Jim Tracy has used Chan Ho Park, whose back was bothering him from the first inning on. Chan Ho went 4 innings and gave up 8 runs. Then Carrara, and now Hurtis. Foul back. Giants have used Estes, Gardner, Gomes, Fultz, Worrell, and now Rodriguez. 3-2 the count. When the Giants come up in the bottom of the 8th, there'll be a lot of noise here. Bernard, Aurelia, and Bonds. And that's foul back. So this is quite a duel. Rodriguez throwing hard, 97 miles an hour, throwing strikes, and Sheffield fouling him back. Still 3-2. Andy walked him. So Sheffield has quite a battle and wins it. So Sheffield bidding for a perfect night. 2 walks, 2 singles, and a home run. And now Paul LaDuca. LaDuca had a scoring fly ball in the first inning, flied to right in the second, singled to center to extend his hitting streak to 5, and then last time up, flied to right. Sheffield at first. Gary with a stolen base has stolen 10 out of 14. And LaDuca will be followed by Adrian Beltre. Fastball lined at third. No play for Martinez. So LaDuca hits it right on the button, but right at the third baseman. 1 out. And the batter, Adrian Beltre. Before Rodriguez pitches, Santiago going out to talk to him. 1 away. Beltre struck out, flied to left, lined out to left, and flied to center. Beltre and Kruder are the only 2 Dodgers without a hit. Grissom has 2. Grassolanic has 2. Green has 3. Sheffield 3. Foul back. Then LaDuca has 1. Rebele has 1. And Chanho Park had 1. Beltre hitting .266. 13 home runs. 58 RBIs. Facing a fellow countryman, Felix Rodriguez. 0-1. Sheffield held on by Galarraga. 1 ball and 1 strike. High fastball, 96. Rodriguez pretty much doing it with 1 pitch. We mentioned he has the slider, but most of it is heat. 1 fastball after another. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. And Sheffield bluffs. And Beltre a fly ball to right field, but Dunston has room to make the catch. And Sheffield back to first. So Beltre goes a long 0 for 5. And the batter will be Jeff Rebele. Rebele doubled, scored a run, grounded out, flied to left, then rolled 1 up the middle, beat it for a base hit, and Aurelia threw it away for an error. And Rebele eventually scored on a little dribbler hit by Marquise Grissom. And that right now is the difference in the game. 11-10 Dodgers, 2 out in the 8th inning. With 2 out, Sheffield trying to get off the bag, and Rodriguez watching him carefully. Ball 1. Whoa. And that was 96 miles an hour. The other night, you remember, in a 2-1 count with the runner going, they just flattened Rebele at the plate to try and give Ben Davis a chance to get a shot at the runner, and he got him, Marquise Grissom. 1 ball and no strikes. That's a strike. Well, with Barry Bonds due up 3rd in the 8th inning, down in the Dodger bullpen, that's time for Jesse Orosco to get ready to face Bonds, if need be. 1-1 to Rebele. And that's fouled away. 1-2. So it's late, 20 after 11, but guaranteed when the Giants come up in the bottom half, Bernard, Aurelia, and Bonds, this place will be rocking again. Barry with 2 home runs, walked intentionally and flied to left. And they're waiting. One ball, 2 strikes. 2-2. The Rodriguez came in to pitch to Grassolonic in the 7th inning, and Mark singled to right. Christensen was sent in and was thrown out at the plate on a strong throw by Sean Dunston. 2-2 to Jeff. Now Rodriguez certainly doesn't want to go 3-2 if he can help it. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. And strike 3 called. So Rebele is caught looking. The Dodgers get Sheffield to walk and leave him. And now we're heading for the bottom of the 8th. Here they come, Bernard, Aurelia, and Bond.
You already know the Steelhead Brewing Company is the home of award-winning microbrewed beer. But did you know the Steelhead Brewing Company also has a great menu? There's fresh seafood, steaks, pastas, salads, sandwiches, and specialty dishes. Steelhead's pizza is made from fresh ingredients and slowly roasted in their wood-fired oven. The Steelhead Brewing Company is a great place to relax with family or friends, have lunch or dinner, get into the game on TV, or just kick back on the patio. Fresh beer brewed here. The Steelhead Brewing Company.
Your need for speed? Chevy can get you there with the Southern California Motorsports Calendar. Here's what's speeding your way soon. This Southern California Motorsports Calendar is brought to you locally by the all-new 2002 Chevy Trailblazer. After driving one, everything else just seems kind of weak. Trailblazer at your Chevy dealer.
Fox Sports Net 2 presents Dodger Baseball. Brought to you by Pennzoil, protection under the toughest driving conditions. And by Craig Auto Parts, where we say you can do it. We're here to help. Bottom of the 8th inning, Matt Hurd just getting ready for his 2nd inning of relief. He retired the side in order in the 7th, and now he has a big job to do with Marvin Bernard, Rich Aurelia, and Barry Bonds, and the Dodgers leading 11-2. Down in the bullpen, the Dodgers have Jeff Shaw and Jesse Orosco. And Marvin Bernard struck out and grounded out, doubled and singled, and Rob Nin is getting ready in the Giant pen. So Bernard will check in 2 for 4. Marvin singled in the 6th inning and was aboard when Aurelia hit the home run that tied it up 10-10. Big breaking ball for a strike. 11-10 Dodgers. Dodgers failed to score in the 5th and the 8th, and the Giants failed to score in the 5th. And another strike. 0-2. Matt hitting 91 on the gun with that pitch. One ball and 2 strikes to Marvin Bernard. Off the breaking ball, so it's still 1-2. Chan-Ho Park went 4. Giovanni Carrara went 2. Matt Hergis has worked 1, and he is asked to go 2. And then Orosco and Shaw in the pen. Estes, Gardner, Gomes, Folks, Worrell, Rodriguez for the Giants with Nen in the pen. 1-2 to Bernard. And a roller foul to LaDuca. Getting very late. However, it's a Friday night, and the majority of folks have stayed right where they are. Few people headed for the hills, but not many at all. They are here, 41,730. Plus the ones taking in the ballgame looking through the arches in right field who didn't have to pay. 1-2 to Marvin Bernard. Time. There they are. You're out there, it's almost like you're playing right field. And a little pop foul that will carry back into the crowd. So Marvin Bernard hanging tough. 1-2 the count. Giants are certainly not going to take this sitting down. You look over in that dugout, and they are all draped over the railing like birds on a wire. Dusty leading the pack. And a fly ball to center. Grissom is there. 1 away. So now Aurelia, who is always an important figure in the Giant attack, and never more so than tonight. Hitting in front of Bonds. Aurelia grounded to third in the first inning, grounded to third in the second inning, was walked intentionally in the, made out in the fourth inning before Bonds was walked intentionally. And then, after Bernard singled in the sixth, he hit that 2-run home run to tie up the game. So the Dodgers came back with 1, and it's 11-10 Dodgers. Bonds on deck. You would have to believe if they get Aurelia, then they would walk Bonds, even with the bases empty. Ball 1. In looking at Hergis past against the Giants, Aurelia 3 for 8, 375. Bonds 2 for 6 with a home run. 1-0. That's a strike. Aurelia 37 home runs, 97 runs batted in. And that's fouled away, 1-2. So Aurelia with over 200 hits this year to join Willie Mays and Bobby Bonds. He has had a truly remarkable year, well worthy of being the all-star shortstop that he was. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Curveball got him looking. I mean, that was a big rainbow curveball, and Aurelia was just frozen at the plate. And now time, a new supply of balls are being brought in, the special balls for Bonds. Take another look at that big breaking ball that just dropped in there. Meanwhile, Jesse Orozco is going to be brought in to face Bonds. I guess the Dodgers could have done it 2 ways. They could have walked Bonds and had Hergis pitch to Kent, but they're going to bring in Orozco trying to get Bonds in the inning, so we'll be back.
Breaker 1-9.
It started out as a simple prank.
Hey there, this is Candy Cane. Who's this?
Rusty Nail. But now,
I'll be at the Lone Star Motel.
what room? The joke is on them.
He's watching us!
Joyride, rated R.
Gonna end up dead!
Now playing.
You are on the run. We can help. Fly to Frankfurt and meet Frieda in the Café Friedrichstraße. She will have strudel.
I can't go to Germany.
But I thought you were a Frankfurter.
No. I'm a hot dog!
Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. And now, try our new bratwurst, topped with freshly grilled onions and mustard. Just 99 cents.
Hey guys, when did you see the light?
On our last fishing trip? It just flashed over me. Stay at Motel 6. Hey, I'm no fool. Saved big bucks and slept like a baby.
Yeah, like a big old snoring baby.
Call us and see the light for yourself. Hi, Tom Bodette. When did you see the light?
Oh, going over to Phoenix. We wanted to rest up for the game, and suddenly it was so clear. Motel 6. I think it's great.
Well, you gotta call them like you see them. Call us and see the light for yourself.
11-10 Dodgers, bottom of the 8th and 2 out. An interesting moment, especially for Dusty Baker. When the Giants were in Houston, Dusty said he had a dream. And the dream was that Barry Bonds would break McGwire's mark of 70, and that he would break it against Jesse Orozco. However, he hit 2 home runs against Chan Ho Park to give him 72. Now he'll face Orozco. 2 out, bottom of the 8th, 11-10 Dodgers. And the Dodgers, as usual, load up the right side with Grasolonic in right field. LaDuca guarding the line, and Reveille over on the rim. And that's off the plate, ball 1. Bonds homered in the first, homered in the third, was walked intentionally with runners at second and third in the fourth, and flied to left in the 6th. And ball 2. Well, with Jeff Shaw down in the bullpen, by bringing Orozco in to pitch to Bonds as opposed to keeping Hergis in and putting Bonds aboard, this becomes an important sequence of pitches. 2-0. 2-1. .72 home runs and 136 RBIs. Against Orozco, Bonds is 3 for 22. That's a 133 batting average. 1 home run. Breaking ball low, ball 3. 3-1. And he walked him. Well, that was not in Tracy's plans, because now he's got to go and get Orozco. Now down in the bullpen, Al Reyes has pitched a game down there, and Trace is heading towards Jerry Lane, and that usually means a double switch. Well, let's wait and see. Alex Cora is waving to Rebele to come out of the game. So it looks like Cora will be coming in with Jeff Shaw, and we'll be back.
This is it. The collection you've been waiting for is finally here. Easy Rock. Over 2 hours of pure mellow gold on 2 CDs or 2 cassettes. You can order this collection online at MusicSpace.com. Why wait? Order this collection by Rush Delivery. It feels so right. Get Easy Rock now. To order, call the number on your screen or log on to MusicSpace.com.
Yes, story.
Bottom of the 8th inning with the Dodgers trying to hold on to an 11-10 lead. An interesting thing taking place in the 8th inning. Matt Hergis got Bernard and Aurelia, and when Bonds was coming up, you thought, well, Tracy has the option. Does he want to bring in Orozco to face Bonds, or does he want Hergis to walk Bonds and go after Kent? Well, if you look it up, you find that Kent was 3 for 6, a .500 batting average against Hergis. Against Jeff Shaw, Kent is hitting .231. So now you have Park, Carrara, Hergis, Orozco, and Shaw. 2 out, and Bonds, of course, can run over there at first base for sure. Barry has stolen 13 out of 16. Little slider missed, ball 1, 1-0. Jeff Kent flied to center, grounded out, came up with the bases loaded, and doubled in 3. He was out at third on a great relay from Grissom to Rebele to Beltre. Cora at shortstop will bat 9th. Shaw is in Rebele's spot in the lineup. 1 ball and no strikes. Ball 2. On deck, Galarraga. Two and 0 to Kent. It's up to Shaw now. There's no one throwing in the Dodger bullpen. 2-0. And a high fly ball into right center, but Green is there. And that'll do that for the 8th inning. So Shaw comes in to get Kent. The Giants leave Bonds, and at the end of 8, Dodgers 11, Giants 10.
We have your daughter. The #1 movie in America is Don't Get Her Back. Say
You want what they want.
a word. Michael Douglas. Don't say a word.
I'll never tell.
Rated R. Now playing only in theaters.
cable modem has full speed.
Oh, hey. Cable speed is up. Just put on some fresh coffee. Thanks, Greg.
There is a better way to get online. DSL Internet from SBC Pacific Bell. We're on it.
Get $10 off for 3 months.
You can't choose what your kids' fondest memories will be 30 years from now. What stories they'll tell their kids, that's really up to them. But this is not to say you can't have some serious say in the matter. Dodgers, being here is everything.
Welcome back. It's time for Southern California Sports Extra.
I'm John Fricke at the Fox Sports Net studios. Dodgers fans, don't move. Right after the game, we have a one-on-one with Shaq from Hawaii and the story the night before the biggest prep football game ever played. Poly and De La Salle. We focus in on the tradition of excellence at Poly. Those stories, our experts in studio with their picks on the USC-Washington game as soon as the game ends. Now let's get back out to Vin Scully.
Well, the question was answered immediately. Will the Dodgers pitch to Bond? And in the first inning with 2 out, Chan-Ho Park served it up, and Barry did it. Home run number 71, but he wasn't satisfied. He hit home run number 72 in the 3rd inning. So Bonds has done it. He's had the greatest single year, and by Sunday night, he might have had the greatest single year of any player who ever played the game, and that includes Babe Ruth. After Bonds' home runs, 11 pitchers burned up. Sheffield has had a big night, and a bunt by Kruder, and it's going to die on the grass, and Martinez can't make a play. So Chad Kruder gets a bunt single to start matters off in the 9th inning against Rob Nen. So that means everybody but Beltre has a hit. And Nen gives up the single. The Dodgers 11 runs, 15 hits, and the Giants 10 runs, 10 hits. Tom Goodwin will now run for Kruder, and of course the Dodgers then could put LaDuca behind the plate and play Karras at first. So Goodwin running, and Alex Cora just getting into the game. This will be his first at bat with Marquise Grissom on deck. There goes Grit on a pitch out. Goodwin goes, and they got him. And Tom Goodwin, I think, might have had a slight hamstring. He grabbed that back of his right leg in obvious pain. And that's another tough thing. You sit in the dugout. It's almost 11:45. So he's been sitting in the dugout over 4 hours and now trying to run, and they get him. A pitch out called by Santiago. It was awfully close, and Grissom is out. So 1 out, 1-0 to Cora. Ball 2. And that's ball 3. That's a strike. 3-1. The Dodgers wanted to try and take advantage of Rob Nen. That's why they were running on him immediately. Nen has had troubles because of that bounce step that he uses, and the league has run on him. Now back. In fact, Rob got into trouble trying to overcome the bounce step, trying to teach himself the slide step where your foot just stays very low and you make a quick move to the plate, and that got him in a mess. So the Dodgers, they knew all about it. They tried to test him, And the pitch out nailed Tom Goodwin. 3-2 to Alex Cora. And that's flared to left. Bonds coming over, but it's going to go foul. Still 3-2. Rob Nen with 44 saves and a 4-5 record on the mound. Jeff Shaw on the mound for the Dodgers with 41 saves. So two of the premier bullpen aces locked in here tonight. 11-10 Dodgers, top of the 9th inning. And that's ball 4. So Cora goes to first, but Cora is not a good one. In fact, hitting 8th all year, Cora does not have a stolen base. And the batter will be Marquise Grissom. A reminder, stay tuned to the Southern California Sports Report coming up after the game. Marquise Grissom singled, popped up, homered, struck out, reached on a fielder's choice. He has 3 runs batted in, scored twice. Cora bluffs, and it's in the dirt. So they're going to try and run, I'm sure. They're trying upset Nen. And Dusty Baker certainly helped out by calling pitch out on the first pitch to Cora. 1-0 the count. Nen is the 7th Giant pitcher. Estes, Gardner, Gomes, Fultz, Worrell, Rodriguez, and Nen. The Dodgers park Carrara, Hergis, Orozco, and Shaw. 1 ball, no strikes. Almost threw that away, and I think he had one eye on Cora. 2 balls and no strikes. Really let that thing fly. Great reaction for Benito Santiago. So 2-0 to Marquise Grissom. Cora held on by Galarraga after Goodwin was thrown out. And a little number off the glove of Nen. That takes away a play at second, but they get the out at first. So it goes 1-4-3. But if he handles that comebacker, that might have ended the inning. So now Mark Grasolonic, the batter. When the Giants come up, by the way, in the bottom of the 9th inning, they'll have Andres Galarraga, then Calvin Murray, and Benito Santiago. And if anybody gets on, Sean Dunston. Grasolonic singled to right in the first inning, struck out, grounded out twice, and singled to right in the 7th against Rodriguez, only to have McKay Christensen running for Hansen thrown out at the plate. So Grasolonic up there, Cora at second, and Green on deck. Almost threw that away. Dug out nicely by Santiago, who has made a couple of excellent plays behind the plate. And now Dave Righetti is going out to see if he can help Nen a little bit. Nen has come very, very close to committing 2 wild pitches. One that took off, one-handed by Santiago, and now one in the dirt. So Righetti trying to help him. 1-0 to Grasolonic, 9th inning, 11-10 Dodgers. Game over 4 hours. We've had so much going on. 6 home runs, 6 doubles. Bonds, of course, hitting 2 huge home runs. And now here we are finally in the 9th, 2 out. 1-0 the count to Grasolonic. 41,730. Naturally, they came to see the Giants win and see Bonds homer, and they have seen Bonds homer twice. But it's 11-10 Dodgers. 1-1 to Grassolani. Two and one. Grassolani hitting just 188 in the past against Nen. Green on deck is 1 for 3. Ball 3. Nen has given up a bunt single and a walk, but Green still waiting his turn on deck. 2 out, 3-1 to Grassolani. Fouled away, 3-2. Big play in the inning, of course, throwing Goodwin out. So the crowd up for the umpteenth time tonight. 3-2, 2 out, 9th inning, 11-10 Dodgers. Fouled away again. To repeat, when the Giants come up in the bottom of the 9th, Galarraga, Murray, Santiago, and if anybody gets on, Dunston. Two to Mark.